Hello, everyone, and welcome to GDQ Hotfix. If you're unfamiliar with GDQ Hotfix, this is where GDQ has its regular weekly programming. And of course, on the weekends, we do special events such as Marble Marathon. GDQ let me take over Hotfix for a weekend. What else would I do but just put a bunch of marble rollers on the schedule? If you're familiar with me, you'll know that I speedrun a lot of Super Monkey Ball, so this is very much on brand for me. No, but jokes aside, we did this last year. I believe it was in March, and it was an absolute blast, so I'm really excited to do it once more. There's Marble It Up, there's Monkey Ball, there's pretty much everything in between, everything you could ever want from the genre. Marble Madness will be tomorrow. Today, actually, a little bit later on in the day, we have a sort of silly block. Especially with Teddy Roller 1 and C.B.T, it stands for Crazy Ball Time. Seriously, if you if you want to laugh, and especially if you just haven't seen those games, you want to see them. It'll be a riot. But if you haven't seen any of this, or even, you know what, even if you have, these games are just so fun to look at that you're going to want to stick around for the whole thing regardless. So sit down, make sure you have water and some food, because we're going to be here for at least the next 6 hours just enjoying some marble rollers. And with that, let's get into our very first run, Marble It Up Classic, full game by Hatchet. How are you doing, Hatchet?
I'm doing good. Glad to be here. I will be running Marble It Up Classic, which is the original version of the game when it came out in 2018. I'm a longtime runner and player of this game. I've held the world record in full game Classic multiple times. Which is the category I'll be running today, which is going through all 60 levels in the game. And today I will be joined by Age Dude in the commentary booth.
Hi everyone, I'm Age Dude. I'm a speedrunner, but more of a Pathfinder and a tool-assisted speedrunner for this game. Hatchet and I have both been part of the Marble It Up community since the very beginning, and it's been our pleasure to be on the GDQ stage before, and happy to come back and enjoy this with you. Like Hatchet said, this is a physics platformer released in 2018, and the category we're doing today is Full Game Classic, which means Hatchet will need to beat all 60 levels back to back in real time as fast as we can go, and I'm excited for this.
Yeah, me too. So I will get on the first level, and time will start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Chapter 1, this is our tutorial for Marble It Up, and we're starting with learning to roll. Use the left stick to roll, and Hatchet, you're not rolling.
No, it's actually faster to just hold jump and go faster the level.
And this is learning to turn. You can follow the curves around the level, but you're not doing that either.
Nah, easier to cut the corners.
Now learning to jump. Okay, we figured this much out already, so
yes.
I think we're doing okay on the tutorials. Next we have precious gems, and this tutorial is actually mandatory. You need to collect all 5 of these pink gems before the goal will appear, and that's the only way to complete the level. So we'll do a drop down here, reverse course with a bounce, and we're on our way. Next level is up the wall, and it introduces these gravity surfaces, those black space-like surfaces over there, and we can use those to change gravity. Never mind.
Yeah, it's easier to use the trim.
Okay, super jump. We can use the super jump to go around the level, or we can just go straight to the goal. Now super speeds. This is full speed ahead, and we use these super speeds to give us lots of forward momentum, but I guess we're going to use it to go upward anyway.
Say it with me.
Now,
ice is slippery.
Ice is slippery. Yes, ice is slippery, and fortunately, we're kind of going to ignore that as well, because Hatchet is staying in the air, and in-air movement actually gives more control in this game than ice rolling does. And here's a time travel on Onward and Upward, and you can see the timer on the top of the screen. It's actually going more slowly for 5 seconds. We're going to ignore that too, because this particular category is measured in real time. For individual levels, we do use that in-game time, so timer manipulation can be a really important part of those. But for now, that's the end of Chapter 1 and all of our tutorials. This game is a spiritual successor to Marble Blast Gold and Marble Blast Ultra. Really fun games, and they've kind of birthed a whole different subgenre of the marble platforming genre. Couple of comparisons to Super Monkey Ball, which is a game I know a lot of you are familiar with. That's a game where we tilt the stage. Here we have direct control, and that allows us to do some really crazy things like this. That takes some really tight timing for that transit skip, so well done, Hatchet.
Thank you.
A couple of other differences. Obviously, you've noticed we do a lot of jumping. The reason we're jumping so much is because when we don't have any friction with the ground, it just allows us to reach those higher speeds that we wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Hatchet will spend some time rolling on the ground, and that's where you're going to build up the most amount of spin and get the most control. This is Great Wall, and there's a little bit of a marathon curse here, but so far it seems like we're surviving, and we cleared it. Oh my goodness! Of course he didn't.
What a
I gotta keep my mouth shut on these things. Okay, it's okay, guys. It's okay. In AGDQ, Hatchet actually died twice doing this, so we're gonna see if he can at least beat that record. And wow, what a curse! What a curse!
I could feel myself about to say the curse is lifted.
I know, like I was enjoying the moment, but
oh, man.
There we go. Now Bump of the Night, and these bumpers are sort of pinball themed. They are primarily used as hazards in the game. As you can see, they can bump you right off the stage, but we can also use them for shortcuts. And you'll notice throughout the game, there are some places where the developers intended shortcuts for players to use. And, this would be one of them. We're going to be doing a lot more shortcuts that are not intended in the game than ones that are intended. But we'll definitely point out when there's an intended shortcut, because even for casual players, it's really fun to route and find your own way through these levels, 100%. Very clean through over the garden wall. And here we are on Wave Pool. If you've played Marble It Up Ultra, which is a slightly newer version of this game that came out about 2 years ago, you'll notice some differences between some of these returning levels. And that's because the game was just completely overhauled. So some levels were remixed, there were new levels and things added as well. But this version, Marble It Up Classic, kind of has a special place in our hearts. This was the version we had for about 4 years before Ultra sort of became the primary version for community in a lot of ways. And we really, really like the movement mechanics in this. One thing we really like about this game is the fact that the physics are completely deterministic. So as long as you hold exactly the same inputs, you will get exactly the same result. And we can exploit that a little bit here on Big Easy because trick? Hatchet... Yeah, I want to see it. So Hatchet actually just totally removed his camera, but because he's still holding forward and jump on this particular level, even though he's bouncing all over the place left and right, we know that at around 31 seconds, he's going to hit that goal. And there it is. Here's Archipelago. We've got these feather falls, and they reduce the effect of gravity on the marble, similar to a gyrocopter you might see in a Marble Blast game. And that gets you right in there. I was talking a little bit about Marble Blast Gold, and this game actually has some of the same developers, including the producer and the chief level designer. And so sort of having that pedigree means that we get a lot of the same feel. There are definitely some changes for sure, but it really feels like a Marble Blast game. And for being a newer game in that series, even though it's more of a spiritual successor, it really does feel great to have. Right now we're on Thread the Needle, and Hatchet is heading upwards toward the gem above us. We need to get up as high as we can, so we're going to hold on to this super speed. And what Hatchet's going to do is he's going to touch an edge in such a way that it makes the marble think that the floor is slanted upwards at a very sharp angle. And so instead of going forward with the super speed, he goes almost 90 degrees upwards. Very clean, Hatchet.
Thank you.
Chapter 3 is coming up next, and that's where I think just about every level has some kind of interesting and difficult shortcut in Chapter 3. So looking forward to this, starting with Sugar Rush. We could go around this big circle, but Hatchet's going to turn around instead and do it backwards. This is where the run really begins. Some of these shortcuts you're going to see are intended, like this is intended. It's not optimal in individual levels, but it is optimal and really good here. But in Elevator Action, this is where we get probably the most difficult intended shortcut, which is riding that quarter pipe and that quarter pipe. And if you do them in succession, you can get all the way up here. It's hard to believe that's intended, but it is. The developers knew what kind of audience that they were trying to cater towards. And that's a very difficult trick. Speaking of which, I can't even do this next trick. This is Speedball. And we're going to be releasing the controls before we hit this wall in order to force a hard bounce. And that'll ricochet us off toward the goal. Now Icy Ascent, and somewhat relatively newer strategy here where we double up on these super speeds and skip an elevator that we otherwise would have had to ride to get up here. Here's River Vantage. If we land this trick, Hatchet, this will be the most difficult trick we've seen so far. Aiming for a precise part of that edge, and it's not going to work this time.
I'll give it one more try.
It's worth giving it another try. We do have a backup, but it would be really great for you to see this. Oh my goodness, that was close.
You can get the idea of what it's supposed to do. But this is where the backup is nice.
Edge hits are really useful in this game because, like I said, we can basically treat an edge like it's a platform of any angle. So if we touch it like almost at 90 degrees, then it's going to send us back almost 180 degrees or so. But we can set our jump and our super speed angles using those.
There we go.
And much better. Off Kilter is the next level, and my notes just say dedication. What?
Dedication.
Okay.
Takes a lot of dedication to beat this level.
Whatever that means.
Yep.
4 stairs coming up next. Well done, by the way. And we're coming into like the latter closing half of chapter 3, and it's been pretty good. This is a really good run, Hatchet, so far. One thing that we
rocky at the start.
Yeah, a couple of
nerves out.
Couple of places. That's okay. The ending on Great Wall was quite something. One thing we do have in this game that's helped Hatchet to get so good is what we call Rewind, which is a built-in practice mode into the game. And we've been able to use that essentially as a save state or a way to practice the same tricks over and over again. And it's built directly into the game. So it doesn't matter if you're on PC or on console, or no matter like where you're playing or how you're playing, you can always rewind. And we use that for all kinds of really crazy strategies and learning these tricks. It's helped the progression of the game go really, really quickly. And we use it for tool-assisted speedruns as well. Now Hatchet's on Time Capsule, and we can see a really good use of the gravity surfaces here. We're flipping upside down over and over. Grab the gems and we're off to the goal. There's also a lot of time travels here, which we're not going to use again because this is a real-time speedrun. And get your coggers ready in the chat because this is one of the hypest tricks in the entire run on Cog Valley. Building up tons of topspin. Hit off the edge. Yep. Just barely made it. Coggers in the chat. That was really hype. Finally, we're clear. That was all chapter 3. And I was about to say we're in the clear now because it gets a little bit easier, but hazards are still here. This game is really, really unforgiving in terms of the physics. It's very, Hatchet's following the path that he wants to follow, but none of this is automatic. Every movement that you can make, it will do exactly what you want it to do, or exactly what you say you're going to do on the controls, even if that's not what you want to do. So even just a little bit off will send you flying off way in the wrong direction. There we go. But using that bumper really well. Well done. Whew.
Now we're on Braid here, which has some branching paths, but I gotta keep my momentum going. But there's a bunch of branching paths, but there's actually just a faster way of mostly going straight to get a lot of speed, and you'll see what I need it for right now.
Yeah, you can carry all this speed through, and these jumps just barely make it. Bounce off the rock and into the goal. There we go. That was worth the reset.
There we go.
Now Sunspire, and this is kind of all elevator and no action, but anytime you're riding these moving platforms, you want to get off of them as soon as you possibly can, because we like to go fast. We don't like to sit in one place for very long.
Yes.
There are a few strategies to do a couple of skips here, but not all of them are going to be viable in this setting.
Nice moment of respite before the rest of the run.
Absolutely. So we've been talking a little bit about Marble Blast Gold, and this is sort of one of the descendants of that game. And I think around the same time Marble Blast Gold came out was also when Super Monkey Ball came out. So what we're going to see throughout this entire marathon is these two different streams, these two different branches of marble platforming that have sort of grown independently and have their own flavors, their own sort of interlinked communities. Like this game and Marble Blast and some others in the genre have a lot of overlap in the communities. And I think in the Super Monkey Ball style of platformers, those games have a lot of overlap in their communities as well. So I just want to shout out and say thanks to Helix for bringing our sort of independent communities together. And of course, not to forget Marble Madness as well. I think we can all trace ourselves back there. But here's a big edge hit coming up. And if Hatchet lands this, it's going to be really hype. Ooh, well done.
Showing off. That was so good.
That was about as low as you can do it without going too low, and that means fast.
That was absurd.
This game has what we call like an internal speed limit or a speed cap, and what that means is that you want to minimize your upward and downward movements and your side-to-side movements as much as you can when you're on those very high-speed levels, because it will actually limit how quickly you can go forward, because it's an omnidirectional speed cap. So anytime Hatchet is on one of those really fast levels, you'll see he's trying to keep his jumping and his bouncing up down to the absolute minimum. All right, this is Gearheart, and you'll notice that there are some moving platforms. There is some complexity to these levels. But I do think in this Marble Blast style of... Ooh, unfortunate missed jump there. You went a little too far. Let's see that again.
A little too fast.
Very good.
There we go.
In this Marble Blast style of marble platformer, there's a little bit less emphasis on mastering the levels and a little bit more emphasis on mastering the controls of the marble itself, just as a comparison between those two subgenres. And you'll see Hatchet has mastered this marble just about as well as anyone. There are some extremely talented members of our community. And let's see if we can get these cycles here on Dire Straits.
Dire Straits indeed.
Got to thread the needle in between these moving bashers. These are kind of the villains of Marble It Up.
There we go.
Pulling through. Really clean. Ex Machina. Another level where there's a lot of complexity, but once you have a route that can sort of just go straight through it, then, we can sort of trivialize a few of these levels and make them really, really fast.
I gotta focus for this trick.
This is Diamonds in the Sky, and it's based on a level from Marble Blast Ultra called Black Diamond. Lots of different angles here, and that was a good launch. We've kind of sort of calculated all the angles of all these different polygons that Hatchet wants to land on in succession. And if he lands on all of them correctly, and then he's going to release jump for a second, roll off, and then jump with Coyote Time. And that gives us an excellent angle and almost cleared that little gap.
Almost. That's the toughest bit with this, is landing smoothly at the end. But we made it.
We made it, and that's a clean chapter 4, I think. Now chapter 5. Yeah, tight timing on this edge hit on that moving cradle that you just saw. And there's an advanced mechanic in here called analog turning, which Hatchet is doing right now. If you don't have a comparison side by side, you wouldn't really know how much faster that is compared to playing the game casually. But what Hatchet's actually doing is he's holding sort of a specific angle, which is, unfortunate. But the angle he's holding is almost 90 degrees on his, in this case, analog keyboard, and using the camera to steer instead of the movement keys. And what that does is it allows for more acceleration while you're changing directions like that. And almost anytime you see Hatchet on the ground, i.e. not jumping, he's going to be doing that technique.
Here we have another gem collection level called Archaearchy. But the next level, Staying Alive, has one of the big showstopper shortcuts in it. So I'm planning ahead for that. And I would have to say that's probably my favorite shortcut in the game. It just combines all the technical aspects of movement in this game into one beautiful package.
Certainly my favorite shortcut as well, as I'm on the record for saying. Once we grab these gems, we're going to see it. And Staying Alive is ostensibly the auto-scroller of Marble It Up.
Yes.
You will see this moving platform. We're supposed to ride this platform around the around this curve, and it takes more than a minute. But what Hatchet's going to do is he's going to abandon the moving platform as soon as possible. And we'll see right here, if we get a smooth jump, another smooth jump, just staying on this balance beam right here takes a lot of control. Like this on its own is very difficult. And then the ending is insanely flashy. We're gonna need some hype for this. Oh my goodness, Hatchet.
So
what are you doing?
You are so lucky.
That was incredible. That was one of the best endings you could get.
Unbelievable. I saw you do that in practice a couple times, and it looked impressive. It didn't look like that. That is the best I've seen it. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's the best pattern to get outside of IL only strats. So
Fantastic work.
surely that means I also get a good Gordian, right?
Oh, of course. I mean, Gordian's not too hard. You just turn left. But there is a cool trick here at the end if we get this edge hit. Very close.
Cursed
just
combo.
a little bit too low.
There's a running gag in the community that if you get one skip, you can't get the other. I wanted to edge hit all the way up to that little pyramid structure, but they very rarely both happen together.
This is Crystalline Matrix, and it's a really good example of how this top spin, or the spin in general of the marble, is really important. You can't do this skip even if you have the right position and speed. You can't make that skip happen unless you have a ton of top spin, and then when you hit the crystal really hard, you basically release all of that rotational momentum into going upwards and getting back to the goal. We're going to be seeing the same thing here. Hatchet's going to be doing a wall hit, and it's important to know there's no way to jump off of a wall in this game. All you can do is run into it really, really hard, and if the marble has enough top spin on it, then that downward momentum of the front of the marble will send the marble upwards, and that's how he gets up. Now we're on uphill both ways, and we're going to be going, of course, up the hill here, and then flipping gravity over to go upwards on the way back as well.
Yes. I hear that's how my grandfather had to get to school.
In the snow, too.
In the snow.
I
yes.
can't
That's why
believe
there's
you would
ice
make
here.
that joke. I can't believe it, Hatchet.
There we go.
Well done. Yeah, the spin management in this game is very neat, and it's like one of the challenges is that because as you're in the air, you're affecting your movement and you're also affecting your spin with the same controls at the same time. So it's quite a balancing act. You can't do them independently. So making that work is one of the things that really makes mastering the marble difficult. So this is flip the table, and we're going to flip gravity over here. You want to ride those platforms all the way around, because if you leave the gravity platform early, you will end up with kind of a skewed gravity. It's going to be a little off kilter.
Off kilter, you say? Gonna take some dedication for that joke.
Yada, yada, yada. This is Vertigo. You're going to recognize this instantly if you've played the game casually, because tight ropes are scary and difficult and hard. But Hatchet makes it look like an absolute joke. And the reason one of the reasons it's really scary is because jumping on any of these rails can send you off sideways, because the jump sends you perpendicular to the surface that you're touching. And so just flying through this level, and again, if you play this casually, you know how hard it is, and that's an incredible showcase of skill there, Hatchet.
Thank you.
Here's another gravity maze called Warp Core, and you're intended to go to the 6 different sides of this cube in order to pick up the gems and visit the goal. But instead, we're going to be jumping through and picking these gems up off gravity. And we'll do one more of those, and then we'll catch the goal off gravity as well.
Whee!
And I'm really excited for this one. If Hatchet lands it, it's going to be the most difficult trick of the run. This is Pit of Despair. We're going for Pit Skip. It requires so much difficult analog turning and perfect timing.
I'll give that another try.
Very close.
That was close.
Very close. Hatchet, you would have survived that, but restarting so we can show off this trick is definitely worth it because it really is so difficult. It may not be the flashiest trick in the run, but for those who know, they know.
One more. If I don't get it, I'll go around.
Got it. Come on.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, there. Well done. Well done, Hatchet.
Wow.
There's only maybe 3 or 4 players who have ever landed that in a run.
That's incredible. It's some of the things you people come up with terrify me in the most positive of ways, and this is coming from a monkey ball runner.
Yeah, I was going to ask you at some point how you're feeling about this style of game, but first we're in for a little bit of a paddling because we're at the beginning of Chapter 6, and Chapter 6 is the sharpest difficulty spike in the game. This was not on the release version. This was sort of a few months after the release came out, and some of these levels are much harder to complete. The tricks themselves can be about the same as what we've seen up throughout this run, but even just finishing some of these levels is really difficult. And what Hatchet's going to do is he's going to skip the end of this level, not just because it's faster, but also it is a little bit easier once you know the trick.
There we go.
To bounce off this bumper and get into the goal.
That bumper bounce was awesome.
So Helix, what do you feel about the Marble Blast family of rolling platformers so far?
I'm noticing a lot of similarities, but something that you all do way more often than we monkey ball runners do is edge clips or edge hits.
Yep.
Our collision in our game is not reliable enough to consistently go for those most of the time. But in this game, they're used so often, and I know how precise it is. So it's very, very impressive to me to see them utilized so often and so consistently as well.
Nice. Glad you're enjoying it.
Oh, no. Okay,
this is Platinum Playground, and we've seen some gem collection levels in this game, and this is the biggest one of them. It's actually, in some ways, really similar to one of the multiplayer modes that we have in Marble It Up Ultra, the newer version of this game, which is like Gem Hunt, and that's where you race your friends to go pick up the gems. There's other multiplayer modes as well, like a zombie tag. There's a soccer mode, which is very similar to Rocket League. And there's multiplayer sumo as well. It's a lot of fun all around, and that's probably where I spend most of my Marble It Up time these days.
Yeah, there's some good fun to be had in multiplayer.
Absolutely. If you want to see a speedrun of Marble It Up Ultra, there will be one tomorrow with M2K.
Yes, he is absolutely cracked at Ultra.
I believe he actually set a world record in the category he's going to be running like less than 36 hours ago, so you're going to definitely want to tune in for that one.
The classic practice room world record.
Ooh, okay, we got to back up here.
Okay.
This is Radius. As you've seen, the gravity platforms go around the circumference of this level, and Hatch is going to try to get a smooth run at this. This is an unfamiliar, an unfamiliar cycle, so it's hard to keep your speed. Yeah, okay. When you use a backup like that, it can throw things off on this type of level, but ideally, we end up going through here with a really, really high speed to the point where he doesn't even need to use all of these super jumps to get by. And is that even going to work?
No,
it's not.
That was hubris. Sorry.
That's okay.
We'll try again.
We'll try again. Yeah, shout out to Fletch, by the way. He was our community manager for many years. And just the whole development team of Marble It Up. They were been, so good to us as a community. And I know this is well known for being Fletch's favorite level.
Yes. It is a really pretty level.
Yeah, like I said, these levels can be hard just to beat, and so we try to skip them as much as we can. And right now, Hatchet is having to beat it normally, and it's a good reminder that, this game can be quite challenging casually. Speaking of the developers, one thing the developers did really well is community integration. We helped out with beta tests and all kinds of things like that. But even more so, they brought in some of the custom level creators to make official levels for this game. And this is a great example of that because here on Head in the Clouds, this was made by a community member. And if you play Marble It Up Ultra, you'll see even more of those levels where level designers came from being players initially. And I think that's really, really cool. And it's something you don't get to see even in the indie space very much.
Yeah, it's really neat to see.
There is a tricky finish. We're going for a bit of a skip here with a precisely timed buffer jump, and it just barely gets up there. Well done. Centripetal force, and this one doesn't have any checkpoints, but the route that we're going to be following is pretty cut and dry, pretty straightforward. Hopefully it's not going to get us messed up. Very difficult to control yourself on these moving platforms. They can mess up with your movement a little bit, quite a bit. And now we get to the biggest skip in the game. This is escalation, and if you've heard of one skip in this game, it might be kickflips. Hatchet just did the first kickflip right now, and here's the big one. This will save about 80 seconds. Okay, so what Hatchet's doing right now is he's using the rewind feature that I talked about earlier, and technically this does invalidate the speedrun, but we just really, really want to show you this trick. It's very precise. He has to hit the very, very edge of this rotating platform, and there is no possible way to save more time than what he's about to do.
Oh, wait, that's it.
I think that was it, yeah.
Barely.
Oh my gosh, it's so barely possible that there's very few things that could be closer to being impossible than that trick right there.
Whew. And now we're on to the most confusing level. If for a new timer, you can easily spend, oh gosh, like half an hour. And the fun part is there's no checkpoints. So if you die to one of these nasty trash compactor type things, you get to start the whole level over again.
Yes, indeed. No checkpoints. That is one thing that they did improve in the Ultra version. If you play Marvel It Up now, is that there are very few levels that don't have any checkpoints, and certainly none of the longer gravity levels like this. They were able to work out those issues. And yeah, we're coming up close to the end of the run. We've just got a few levels left, but one of them is the longest in the game. This is Olympus. And it's going to take at least 2 minutes and 2 seconds for Hatchet to finish.
If you can guess the final time down to the 100th, you get 1 internet point.
1 internet point. That's right. You'll be an absolute legend. But the main thing here is that all of these, we say that there's no randomness, there's no RNG in this game, and that's true. It's deterministic, but it's very, very chaotic. And even one tiny, tiny imperceptible difference in Hatchet's inputs early on is going to change the entire way that this level plays out. So all of these reactions, or like all of these movements right now, are reactive. We've got an idea of where we want to go, but we're not like hitting any precise polygons or anything like that. We're getting thrown all over the place, and so Hatchet has to make corrections for those on every single bounce. And we are speed capped, like I was saying earlier, so one of the main techs here is just staying as low as possible. Sometimes Hatchet will roll along the ground, even though there's some friction, just to avoid going higher, and just to keep that like the straightest possible line between us and the goal at any given time.
I'm going to take a moment here just to keep GDQ fresh in the minds of everyone watching, because that will be live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, January 4th through 10th, and registration is open right now. So be sure to register if you would like to experience Awesome Games Done Quick 2026 in person, and you can visit gdq.gg for more information.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Oh, that was a not an intended rock hit right there.
Not intended.
We're going to see how you recover from this, because again, like these are all, we're making this up on the spot at this point. It's all reactive. Nicely done. That could easily end a world record run if you were to just clip something a little bit unintentionally here on Olympus, you know, almost 30 minutes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice recovery. Coming up next is Tangle, and let's watch for the specific time. It's 6.95 to a 6.95. Okay. This is a tightrope level. Close. This is a tightrope level, but it's also a gravity puzzle level. So what Hatchet's trying to do here is do some very tight, specific platforming to avoid changing gravity at all. And we're able to grab this gem, which is directly above us. Just grabbed it. And there's another one above us here. So without changing gravity, we've actually finished this level. But those are some very difficult tricks on the way there. And finally, Stratosphere. I know this is your favorite level, Hatchet.
Absolutely. I've held the world record on this pretty much continuously since this chapter was released back in 2019. There was one person that stole the record from me, but we don't talk about that.
Nah, it's fine. It's okay.
We love you, Katzes.
Here's a trick that was shown to us by actually one of the members of the QA team, development team, where Hatchet's going to fall upwards toward that gem by landing on an unexpected side of a gravity platform that was included. And so now this gem that was above us is way below. We just need to fall down, redirect our momentum here with this loop, and we're on a straight path to the goal.
Yeah.
I got to say, this is a really pretty level, flying through all these crystals and whatnot. As a pilot myself, I can confirm this is not what the Stratosphere looks like, but this is more of a really cool space-themed thing going on here.
Yeah, the theme and design of this level are really good.
Okay, there's one last skip here along the route. Ooh, and almost hit those crystals.
Yep, and when I hit the goal, that'll be time. So 3, 2, 1, time.
That's it. That's time. Ooh, very nice run, Hatchet.
Very pleased with that one. Technically not valid because I did that escalation, but very pleased.
It was worth it.
That performance there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive. GG.
Yeah, and thank you, Helix, for organizing this event. Thank you, H-Dude, for being willing to commentate for it and for this cool opportunity to showcase this run to you guys. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the marathon and all the other cool games that are coming up after. You have anything else, H-Dude?
Oh, absolutely. I know I was talking a little bit earlier about the sort of the two sides of this community of Marble Blast and Monkey Ball, and of course we can't forget Marble Madness. I know there's a lot of Monkey Ball fans here. Monkey Ball 2 is coming up next, so stay tuned for that. But if you want to see more of this style of game, we've got Marble It Up Ultra tomorrow, followed immediately by Platinum Quest, which is a Marble Blast Gold mod. You're going to be seeing later today a Marble Abduction Patti Hattu, which is a really unique version of the Marble Blast game style. Quaternion, which is a puzzle-based version of Marble Blast Gold, and as well, especially if you love gem collections, check out Great Marble Adventure later by Salt. Those are going to be some really, really cool runs in the Marble Blast family, and but looking forward so much to the Monkey Balls runs as well.
Thank you both so much. That was an incredible way to start the event. I am kind of blown away by some of the things that went on in that run. I mentioned earlier the way and honestly the frequency with which you all do edge hits is so absurd to me. That's just not feasible in Monkey Ball, at least not to the same degree outside of ILs. Yeah, stay tuned. Super Monkey Ball 2 is coming up next. We got sort of a crash course in the two most prominent marble rollers, at least, that will be in this event this weekend, in Marble It Up Classic into Super Monkey Ball 2. And then there's Super Monkey Ball 2 launch after that, which is an absolutely incredible custom level pack. So lots of fun stuff to go. Also, of course, our silly block later on today, and then more incredible speedruns tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break as we set up for Super Monkey Ball 2. We will be right back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Luna good? You too good? All right. Ball, we're sort of getting the second part of our crash course in the more prominent marble rollers, at least, that will be shown off this weekend. Let's just get into it. I mean, I can talk about Monkey Ball all day, and so can Goobs, our commentator, and Luna is here to run Expert, which will be an absolute blast. How you doing, Luna?
I'm doing fantastic. What about you, Helix?
I'm very excited, simply because there are many marble rollers. And if you know me, that's... Yeah,
me too. That last run was crazy.
Put marble rollers on my screen.
I love that. All right, so we're all ready to go?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, you can give us a countdown as well. And Goobs
All
is here,
right.
of course, to provide commentary too.
Awesome.
Hello.
Awesome.
I'm Goobs.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so this is expert in challenge mode of Super Monkey Ball 2, and the first thing we need to do is a pause strat, and I believe Goobs is going to explain that.
Hello. So these pause strats, they're super sick. They're super hard. But basically, since the game is completely deterministic, you can pause on certain frames, use the controller's like notches to hold the same directions each time, and you can basically perform like task-like strategies in real time.
Yeah, you
For,
essentially get to be a really simple task. The timer at the top of the screen also helps because that is a frame-accurate timer.
Yeah, so I'm always looking for certain numbers at the top of the timer to pause on. And if I do it the exact same way every time, then I'll hopefully get in the goal every time. Jump machine, level 6 right up here is going to be another one of these. Very cool strat. It's actually the newest strat in Expert.
Yeah, this strat is like saves like 3 seconds over the old strat, and like it's so cool looking.
There we go. Do you want to explain the difference between the different goals on the levels, Goobs?
Oh yeah. So basically, there are different types of goals on the levels. Where the blue goal, there's a blue goal, green goal, and red goal, and basically the red goal skips 2 stages, and the green goal skips 1 stage. And most of the time, we want to take the highest goal. Like, if there's a red goal on a stage, we want to take it. If there's a green goal, we want to take it. Except for 1 stage later in the run, where we actually want to take a green goal, so we don't skip a stage that has a red goal.
Yeah, we'll do that at the end of the run. Very exciting. All right, and we just power along here. Tears coming up after this level is, level 15 is going to be another tricky pause strat that I really like.
I don't blame you for forgetting about Brandish though.
Yeah, I did forget about Brandish. Goofy level, but not the most memorable one, I will say. Just like that.
Heck. Yeah, this tier shot is really hard.
Shoot. So if I miss the pause frame, I do unfortunately have to die here. Awesome.
Nice.
Very good. Second try, we'll take that.
That is huge.
So some pause strats, if I end up missing it, I can just go into the goal like normally, but that one, getting into that red goal is actually insanely hard. And it is much better to just fall off. I don't think this makes it. Nope.
Ooh, oh, close.
That was super close,
Darn.
actually. We haven't talked
All
about
right.
like the basic movement in this game. You're seeing Luna use diagonals a lot, and that's because this game pulls inputs in a square, meaning diagonals are the strongest input because they're farthest away from the center. So when you see Luna moving diagonally, that's because they simply accelerate faster when using diagonal inputs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Level 21 up here, Spiral Bridge, is a very hard first cycle to hit. So we're going to see, you can see the top of the bridge here is going to be on a cycle every 10 seconds. So we'll see if I can make that.
I'm glad I explained movement when I did because it's super important here.
That was good.
You got it?
Whoa!
Nice.
Nice.
That is-
Very good.
Nice.
That's awesome. I cannot express how difficult that is. That's one of the most difficult movement strats in the game. Outside of some like really specific near IL things, that one is very hard.
Yeah, I've been playing this game for about 1.5 years, and I just was able to pick that up like 2 or 3 months ago.
I mean,
That's very good.
Take me, for example, someone who has at this point been running Monkey Ball for 5+ years. Even I can't do that consistently.
Very good.
Nice. And yeah, that Spiral Bridge strat, it's definitely like a strat where like the very first time you pick it up, it can take like many hours to just get like once.
Yes, it took me multiple hours to make it one time.
Me too.
Div is
by the
a
way.
fan favorite here.
Oh, yeah.
Super clean domino. Also
okay.
really flashy pause strat coming up right here.
Nice. But yeah, you can get squeezed by the same things.
Yeah.
Well done.
Going for 61 on the timer here.
This is, I believe, the first pause strat ever discovered.
Is that true? Today I learned.
I think so.
I think so. I am 90% sure.
I think it's like an old Game Facts post that's like in like 2003 or something.
I think it.
I could be making
dates,
that up.
I think it dates back to like 08, if not sooner.
Oh yeah. I think yeah.
But definitely like 2000s.
Yeah.
Ooh, double
Very
spiral
nice.
frames.
Very good.
Nicely done. You're nailing these.
There's a lot of hard. Watch it.
Eight bracelets coming up here. We're going to go into the red goal and unfortunately skip a very fun bonus stage.
Yeah, wait, what bonus stage is that again? I feel like I should.
I think it's banana hunting
Oh
is
yeah.
what it's called.
I think
Stage
so.
is very fun.
Oh shoot.
Ooh.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, we have to go on the red goal there. I could have saved it and gone into the green goal, but
Then you have to play Pistons. So
Yeah,
That's a lot of time.
and not necessarily one that Luna has practiced as well. Not an easy stage, at least.
it is not.
I wouldn't call it an easy stage regardless, actually, but
So sometimes you're gonna see me like very quickly pause and unpause the screen like here on Momentum. Do you want to explain why that happens, Goose?
Yeah. So basically, there's a lot of like pause strats in this game that have pretty big ranges of like when they can work. Like 3 frame is probably, or like it can be up to 3 frames, 6 frames, or whatever. And so basically, instead of like trying to buffer to the frames, like the individual frames, you can just try timing the frame basically, like just hitting the frame window basically, and that saves about a second each time you do that instead of buffering to the frame.
Yeah, so like on Momentum there, I was looking for anything between like 59.93 to 59.83 or something like that. And I can just kind of instantly hit one of those instead of trying to hit a specific one.
yeah, it's especially easy when the frame
Whoa.
window is. Ooh, interesting
Whoa.
collision from trampolines here. It's
Okay.
especially helpful when the frame window is like super early on like that.
Yeah.
And we saw an example of this on trampolines, but collision in this game is not the most consistent thing in the world. I also briefly mentioned it during the run before this. So once in a while, you'll see some strange bounces. That's also a big reason why we do pause strats, is to guarantee some specific collision, like the edge clip we did on Wormhole.
Exactly.
Sure. There are some shots that are maybe doable pauseless, but they're so inconsistent that like
Yeah.
it's definitely much more worth it to.
Gonna skip the whole stage right here.
Easiest red goal in the game. Let's go.
Yeah.
Seriously, try that at home. That one is surprisingly lenient.
It is.
Yeah. There's like other, I don't know. There's other falling shots, but like that one just seems to work.
Coming up on here, Guillotine is another fan favorite pause strat. You will never
this one's
ever
fun.
guess what we're gonna do here if you haven't seen it. Oh shoot.
No.
I did miss that. There we go. Second try is okay.
And as we wrap up with the base expert stages before we get into the extras, I want to very quickly shout out Frame Fatales, which is a community of women and femmes who share a passion for speedrunning, gaming, and charity. In addition to their 2 flagship events, they host activities year-round in their community Discord, like Game of the Month and Randomizer events. You can learn more and get involved by typing !FF in chat. I believe
hype.
submissions are open right now for their next event. Don't quote me on that, but I believe so.
That sounds
So
awesome.
definitely check it out.
Hell yeah. Well, I think we're getting close to cleaning up the. Whoa! Nice.
Good save.
Nice improv.
Nice.
Also, I can confirm submissions are in fact open right now for CrossFit House 2026.
Exciting. That doesn't make it.
No. I thought it was 46. That doesn't work.
No,
This
it's 45.
podcast-
That doesn't work.
Yeah, this pause strat's evil because like it's
I just
arranged
didn't-
technically, but there are a couple of dead frames that if you hit don't work, and then you have to do a tiny adjustment to save them. It's very strange.
So do you want to explain why it said final stage on air hockey, Goobs, and then thinking there are more levels that just say extra?
Yeah, I honestly don't know why. I mean, I think you're technically if you finish or if you run out of lives basically and have to use a continue, then the extra stages don't get unlocked. So like it'll think you're on the final stage, and I think they wanted to keep the extra stages like a little secret.
It's a fun surprise.
But yeah,
Oh shoot, I don't think that works.
I believe.
Nope.
That was I just want to say the first extra stage charge was super clean. I haven't seen anyone pause
It was
that clean
very
in a
good.
while.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
That's charges and
This works.
strata for that matter. We're just guaranteeing some really difficult strats, some really specific collision.
Yeah.
At least in
Yeah.
Fred's case. So with some more pause strats. Speaking of guaranteeing specific collision with pause strats,
Yeah, this is the hardest split in the run just because there are so many pause strats that just don't have any backups. You missed it by
Yeah.
one frame, you have to just die.
It's so nerve-wracking. Like in a PB attempt.
yeah, and even the pauseless strats are no slouch. Like they're definitely super chokeable. Clean 5 drums though.
Very good. This is a very cool looking
Movement has been really
strat.
solid.
Yeah, I've been pretty happy with it. Thank you.
NBA season
Nice.
started a couple weeks ago, so this is topical.
Live, accurate. description.
Another one that just doesn't have any backup.
This one is evil.
Yeah.
Not only does it not have any backups, but you have to do kind of a wacky adjustment. Or you can pause it.
Nice.
That's smart. That's smart for safety.
That one only works on the first try. So there are certain pause strats that only work on the first try. There's actually a very, very strange reason for that we kind of just figured out. But yeah, that first try on construction does not have, or has a backup for that third frame. But if you retry it, you have to do something different. That's much harder.
Yeah.
And here we go with the master stages.
Yes, because we beat Expert Extra without a continue as well. Now we move on to Master.
Yeah.
So there are kind of 4 segments of this run. We've got the base, 50 expert, we've got 10 expert extra, 10 master, which we're going through right now, and 10 master extra after this. And you can get to the next set by not using all your lives. Fortunately, we have 94 to work with. Oh yeah, spoilers! That would be tragic if we lost 94 lives in the next couple levels and couldn't make it. But I don't foresee that happening.
It's in Monkey Ball 1, you are only given 3 lives throughout the whole run, so finishing a run is so hard.
Yeah.
To be fair, Monkey Ball 1 does
Monkey
not
Ball-
have Master Extra though. I don't know what I would do if it did.
Oh my god.
Master's hard enough in that game.
Yeah, we're already nearing the end basically. Or we're getting close.
Yeah, another 3-ish minutes or so, I think. Master Extra in particular is littered with warp goals, so it becomes a
Yes,
very
yes.
quick split.
Yes.
When we say split, we're generally referring to each set of 10 levels. To bring up SMB1 again, this is different because SMB1 Master has 0 warp goals.
Yeah.
SMB1
Yeah, you
Expert
gotta
Extra
play all
also
of
has no warp goals, so yeah. You
And only 1 banana.
Yes. So, I mean, at least by the time you reach Master, hopefully you don't need, I guess it can be helpful if you're out of continues, but
I think I have to I don't think this works.
You can play this casually and save it.
Oh wait,
close.
yeah.
Nope. I probably wouldn't have known how to be there. This game is so funny sometimes. You get so familiar with the speedrun strat that trying to play it casually just doesn't work.
Yeah. All right, and this last level here in Master Clock Face.
This level's hard.
Well, not if you do this.
Well, okay.
Well, even that adjustment is kind of tricky.
Still pretty hard.
But there is a pauseless strat that we do in pauseless categories, which I'm also a big fan of. That is much harder than that pause strat.
It is so hard.
Speaking of which, we gotta advertise Advent for this run. Speaking of pauseless.
Oh yeah. In the Monkey Ball community, there's a collection of runners who are trying to do this like hour and a half category every single day during like from the 1st of December to the 24th.
Oh yeah, so this is the level that we end up taking a green goal on purpose instead of a red goal. And the reason is because taking a green and then a red goal gives more stages than doing just a red goal.
Yes, because now we get to play Planets, which has a red goal.
I don't think this makes it.
Maybe
Come up
not.
short.
I believe.
Yeah,
Nope.
close.
Very close.
Shout out to Complex Plane. This is named Complex Planets after Complex, who found the setup for it.
That's so true.
Very good.
Also nice. And yeah, I think it's about 3 more stages until the end of the run.
Yeah, all of a sudden we're on synchronized. Oh, this warp both gets Helix. You're skipping.
No. Master Extra 8 is Helix.
Yeah, what? This seems like a really good. This is an awesome run.
Yeah, I'm
This is
very
really
happy with
solid.
this. It was very solid. I hit, honestly, basically all the hard stuff that I wanted to. Last level here, Nintendo, famously 100 times more difficult than it looks.
This is a very detailed
That's true.
GameCube model, so it's actually quite difficult to stay on.
And if you get stuck in one of these like crevices here, you're kind of screwed.
The camera fights you a little bit
Yeah.
too, which doesn't help. Time is coming up very soon.
Yeah, we got time right after this goal entry in the disc. Fun way to end it. And time.
Time.
Nicely done, GG. Yeah,
Very
Like,
good.
that was an awesome
super
run.
clean. I'm impressed. You're pausing, and honestly, all parts of that. Your pausing and your movement were both really solid.
Thank you so
Pausing
much.
especially, you barely missed any pause strats. That was.
I did. That was honestly, I'm kind of surprised too.
We didn't We didn't, I think, sell the difficulty of pause strats enough. These are frame perfect pauses. Yes, you can rebuffer, but still, like hitting one specific frame.
It's one thing to hit a pause strat frame perfect. It's another to do so quickly because these are not IGTs we're counting.
Well,
The timer
especially
is
with
running the whole
nerves.
time.
Is
Yeah,
this-
with the nerves.
Is this your first marathon run?
Yes.
I
Very
would not
first
have
one
known.
ever.
That was really
That's
solid.
so awesome.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. Yeah, especially hitting those pause frames with first marathon run nerves. When I get nervous, the first thing to go is my pausing. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nerves and cold hands are the two things that are the bane of
Gosh,
pausing's
yeah.
existence.
Any shout outs from the two of you?
I would like to shout out first off Goobs for giving such great commentary and Helix for giving such great commentary and for hosting this. I want to thank the Monkey Ball community. I want to shout out Advent of 300, which is where we run a hour-and-a-half long category every single day from December 1st through December 24th. And we got a couple people that are going to be doing that every day. So lots of Monkey Ball content on the radar. And yeah, I think that's about it.
I also want to take a moment. I believe there is a video coming out by Nambo detailing a lot of the glitches in this game.
Yes, that should be very fun.
Yes, it's.
We've got a Panenkoic style, 40-minute long super tech explainer for Monkey Ball.
That includes
Coming out later today.
Includes an explanation about the first and second load difference that we mentioned earlier, which is just so strange.
It's very It's not. It's so
very
weird.
weird.
This game has many oddities. I'm excited for you all to be able to learn about them, and honestly, for me to learn some things I didn't know as well. Anyway, stay tuned. There is more Super Monkey Ball coming up right after this with Super Monkey Ball 2 Launch, which is a custom level pack. So if you would like to see basically what you just saw taken to another level, stay tuned. There's also more Monkey Ball coming up tomorrow, and Goobs, you are running Grabosphere tomorrow as well.
I'm excited.
This is true.
Can you really quickly give me like one sentence as a reason why people should tune into Grabosphere tomorrow?
Gravity bounces are cool.
True.
And fast.
True.
All right, we're gonna go get set up
Yeah.
for Super Monkey Ball 2 launch. Thank you both so much for being on. This was a blast. Again, super impressive stuff, Luna. And I will
you.
see you right back here in a couple minutes with Super Monkey Ball 2 launch.
Go Dread!
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to Marble Marathon on GDQ Hotfix. I'm Helix. This is the event where I take over the Hotfix for a weekend and just put on a bunch of marble rollies because what else would I do? Coming up next is Super Monkey Ball 2 Launch. This is a custom level pack, so levels created by the community that perhaps you have never seen before. And oftentimes these level packs are a step up in difficulty from the base game, so definitely stick around. You're going to want to see this. But with that said, Dreadfont is here to play through this very quickly for us. How are you doing, Dreadfont?
Hi, I'm doing awesome.
Okay. I mean, we can just get into this whenever you are ready. You can give us a countdown.
All right, I think I'm ready. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Best of luck. So this is, like I mentioned, a custom level pack created by Dairude. And we are doing story mode, all levels.
Sorry, I didn't have my R-Tech on.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a bit of a menuing quirk that we can get into.
So it's pretty tame to begin with. There's not a whole lot going on in these earlier worlds. It's like this level, you get a random stage every frame. You press that button, so it can get owned there. But other than that, it's pretty self-explanatory. So we can kind of just dive into the workings of Monkey Ball.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, the same movement tech applies that I mentioned in the last run, the Super Monkey Ball 2 run, where diagonals are the strongest input. We actually have an input display now on the screen thanks to the practice mod. It's legal for runs on custom level packs as long as you're not using save states. Don't worry, it's fine. So yeah, diagonals still the strongest input. Still will be accelerating using diagonals most of the time. Also important for air movement, if I could speak, as well, which tends to become more important in these custom level packs. You can sort of slow down your falling speed essentially by using diagonals. And if you want to fall a little bit faster, then you just go neutral. Essentially what you're doing in Monkey Ball is lots of people say you're tilting the stage. Some people think maybe you're moving the monkey. You are actually tilting the direction of gravity. And you can tell, one, because we have air movement, and two, because we have, you can see the party ball move as well on the goal. And so yeah, because we're changing gravity when we change that gravity vector, that also affects our falling speed. There are some people out there, such as Nambo, who's putting out that video that I mentioned, who can explain these things way better than I can, but that's the general gist of some of the specifics with regard to air movement. Ooh, I have not seen that strat on shake weights. That was neat.
So this is our first level with like a completely custom mechanic, and that's these bounce pads. And this is a pretty mainstay in custom packs, but it's just, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. It just gives you a bunch of height. Oh, we're gonna have to bail out of that one. This button just gives you kind of bad collision sometimes. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work either. If you want to talk about the menuing with R-Tech.
Yeah, I forgot about R-Tech until you brought it up. It's already in my muscle memory. So, you'll notice Dreadfont menuing a bunch because in story mode we can skip some animations by retrying at the beginning of every stage and then stage selecting right after we go into the goal. If you hold R, that scrolls the menu instantly instead of having to wait for the menu to scroll, if that makes sense. And so that makes that menuing very slightly faster, and that adds up a bunch over the course of the run. I mean, if we're menuing twice per run and you save 1 frame, that's 200 frames, and that's over 3 seconds. And often you're saving a lot more than 1 frame every time you do this. Also, can I just point out how beautiful this level pack looks? It's so good. The backgrounds, the textures,
good.
all of it is so incredible. These are death blocks. Don't touch them.
Yeah, these are Fallout volumes, and if you touch them, you just instantly die. So we're gonna do our best not to touch them. There's another level coming up, and there's a lot in World 6, so I'll bring them up again. But that's another one of the custom mechanics in this pack.
I have played Launch, but this was, I think, years ago, closer to when it came out, so I'm kind of excited to re-experience this pack. You can do that?
That one's, it's really tough sometimes. You can get owned by collision there, but yeah.
I was like, what is he doing? I saw what happened.
Nice.
Oh wow, that looked really precise.
Yeah, that button hit another one that can just own you as per usual in this game with switches.
All right, so this is just gonna be an hour of Helix gets her mind blown, I suppose. Nicely done.
2-9 coming up, Powered Rail. It's one of 3 of the strats that I like to say are RNG, which is, technically not true because the game is deterministic, but it's just like every other frame goes between working and not working with this like hold up setup. So, and we hit it. Nice, sweet. Oh, yeah.
Oh wow, that was cool. Yeah, if you remember what I was talking about during the Monkey Ball 2 run, collision is not super consistent in this game. So yeah, even though the game is technically deterministic, we are subject to what I like to call human input RNG. And there are no pause strats in this game, by the way. This is entirely pauseless. Is that just because... Is there like a safeguard to prevent pause strats, or is that just your preferred play method?
I would say, like, I prefer pauseless, but also particularly with this category, the levels just don't really lend themselves to a lot of pause strats. So there's probably like 5 pause strats I know of. One of them is Powered Rail, and it's just because the levels are so long and intricate, it's kind of hard to pull off anything without like a 5-frame set.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, the more frames you have to do in a pause strat, the less worth it becomes, because I mean, there's just a risk of failure with every additional frame, essentially. And so when you start getting into 5, 6, 7, 8 frame strats, they just become so difficult to do.
And I'm not good at pausing. I think I've done 1 pause strat in my life, and it was guillotine.
And also, a lot of custom level runners especially will prefer to run pauseless. It's very much 2 different styles of playing the game, There's paused, where pausing is a different skill from movement. It allows you to do some ridiculous things, but it is a different skill. Where some people prefer just the pure gameplay entirely pauseless. And yeah, Nambo in the chat saying SMB Launch has no built-in pause protection. Some custom level packs do have built-in pause protection. Super Monkey Ball Gaiden, for example. I believe that game only allows you to pause once a second, so once you unpause, you cannot pause for a full second. But this game does not have any of that.
Which is, ironically, the Gaiden is one of the few custom packs that get paused.
Yeah, funnily enough.
Oh, shoot.
Even then, even with pause protections like that, people still find ways, because just the sheer power of being able to guarantee something specific, especially with collision so inconsistent in this game, it cannot be overstated.
Ooh. But there are still some, like, we use that deterministic aspect still. Like, right there, I just did a hold up strat to give me, like, a consistent beginning to the level. So it's like pause strats at home, kind of.
Pause strats at home.
And there's a couple levels. Usually if I'm not boosting to start with, which is what we call, like, just holding the diagonals to go faster.
Yes.
If I'm not boosting at the start of the level, it's likely just because there's like a consistent setup that just involves holding up at the start. Or a cycle to wait for.
I need to play this pack again. These stages are so good.
I love this pack. Ooh. Oh, I thought I could still make it work. Got some weird collision.
We're seeing some wormholes. Obviously, those are present in, the vanilla Monkey Ball 2 base game as well. Those are basically just portals. Think of them as portals. We call them wormholes because the stage they're introduced, I believe, is called wormholes, but they're effectively portals.
Here's another hold-up strat, just to give us, like, you need kind of precise positioning for this one. Sweet. I have not been hitting that strat at all. I'm glad I got that. Another thing about launch is I love the soundtrack. It's not all original, but it's such a... I love the selection of music. There are original tracks. Both World 2 and 3 were made by Relayer, and I'm not sure who made the World 3 song. It might have been Darude himself.
It might have been Walker. I know Walker sometimes makes music for custom level packs. I don't know about this one in particular, though. If someone in chat knows, let me know.
But the World 2 one is definitely made by Relayer.
Shout out Relayer.
True. Shout out anybody who makes custom stuff for this game. I feel so blessed that I have all these creative people around me making stuff for the game I love.
Yeah, there is kind of a never-ending stream of content for this game just because of the not only size, but the talent of the custom creators for this game.
I know.
They've gotten so good, and the things that skip was ridiculous, and the things that they've been able to make are so incredible.
That is not what that level is supposed to look like. That was a save.
Oh, wow. Okay, could have fooled me.
So, one thing about this pack is every world has one hidden red goal on it. So you would think this hammer kills you, but they actually put a goal in there.
I had no idea.
Just a little secret. And we'll actually be seeing another one of those on the level after this one.
And because this is story mode, red goals do not skip stages like they do in challenge mode, but sometimes they're just faster to take.
Yeah, we get complete independence over what goal we want to take, which is pretty awesome.
Yes.
So we're gonna fall off the level here and just go through the wall. There's a red goal here.
Okay.
And that is a bug. That is not supposed to happen, but Darude was kind enough to keep it in the game after it was found.
I will say that does strike me as like something that a custom level creator would sometimes do, is just put something, especially like a red goal, not the main goal, behind an invisible wall, just to be funny. But okay, knowing that's a bug is helpful.
This world is incredibly fun. This is like the worlds 5 to 6 is my favorite part of the run, just because all the strats are very fun and flashy, and it's just, I love the vibe of the worlds too.
It's very fun to look at too, just the texturing and everything. So when you put that on top of the flashiness of the strats, very exciting stuff. Oh, this is a silly comparison, but the rainbow textures almost remind me of like Minecraft like 10 years ago when people would like when people were playing like classic Minecraft and building a bunch of rainbow stuff, or they would like make their names different colors on like servers and such. I don't know why. I kind of get that vibe. That's just where my brain goes.
I get it too. So this level is one of my favorite levels. You press that button and these walls with holes will come at you. You need to get into the holes, but we can kind of just do that.
Oh, I suppose that works.
Which is kind of awesome. It's unfortunate because like this strat is really cool, or this level is really cool. And the old strat was really flashy, but you know, this is funny, so it's okay.
This is a really cool level.
Yeah, this is probably a contender for favorite level in the pack. Oh shoot. I went too early there. That's an unfortunate death.
It happens. That's another thing about these custom stages, is that some of the ideas that people get for stages are so creative and unique.
It's crazy.
There are some really incredible stages created by this community. Someone in chat saying they just noticed the ball is black, and yes, you can change the color of the ball and also the color of AI's shirt using the practice mod.
Here we go. Yeah, the customization with practice mod is awesome. Which
it's fun.
Finally got its 1.1 version.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who worked on the practice mod for that matter. Complex Plane, Nambo. I know there are other people. There are a lot of other people. I can just
I'm surprised
look
it
up.
didn't kill me. Oh, it did.
Just look up the practice mod, and there's probably a list.
Yeah. No, the practice mod is such an incredible tool just for learning levels and practicing strats and whatnot.
I think it's really fun, the progression of practice mod, because I believe it started with Complex Plane, and then Nambo worked on it a lot, and now Retrop is working on it a lot. It's like it keeps bouncing around from person to person, and they keep improving it every time. It's awesome.
It really is. It's getting better and better. So I'm gonna try for something dumb here. I probably won't get it first try. I might not get it at all. I might have to bail out of this. But this level, you have 3 switches you have to go around and hit, but you can technically only press 1. So, okay, we didn't get the clip up. We can skip that wall to skip another button. That's the one that brings down that wall. But there's still another button we can skip. If we get this right, it's really tough. Sweet. Come on, there we go. You can just go through it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's, walls normally aren't suggestions in Monkey Ball games, at least, but in this game they look like they might be a little bit.
That one is really like just inconsistent and hard to get through, so I normally don't go for it, but
for the fans. It's like at least the third wall clip I've seen in this run, which is, it's not a normal thing to see in Monkey Ball.
So this world is going to have a lot of those Fallout volumes that you saw in World 2. It's a pretty major gimmick in a lot of these levels, at least like in the later half of the world. You'll see a lot of lava, and basically if I touch any of that lava, I will die instantly.
Mm-hmm. We are over halfway through the run now, by the way, at least in terms of stage number.
Definitely not in time.
Yeah, definitely not in time. I know that World 10 especially gets quite long. There are 100 stages in the run and 10 worlds with 10 stages each, just like vanilla Monkey Ball 2 story mode. This level pack also gets quite difficult. What?
Yep. I went too fast, but yeah, this is a fan favorite. I love this strat.
I love that you're not building these up and you're just letting me react to what's going on.
I like the cold drop.
Yeah.
There we go. Sweet. Yeah, no, that one is
It's
so
cool.
fun. Get squeezed by those bumpers, and surprisingly, they send you in the right direction if you set it up properly most of the time. Oh shoot.
Shout out to the photo booths.
True. They do hate me, and they will kill me if I touch them, so I do have to watch out for that.
Yeah, they're essentially moving Fallout volumes, as far as I know,
Yep.
which is ridiculous. Like, that's the fact that we can even do that is absurd.
That was some crazy collision.
Yeah, I was saying this pack does start to get pretty difficult. I think parts of this world are probably where that really starts to show up.
Yeah,
like-
I would definitely say World 6 is like...
Yeah.
World 6 is definitely where the difficulty increase begins, and it like... World 7 is where it really, really gets hard, especially in the RTA. And I would say Launch is probably regarded as being like the hardest story mode pack, because obviously there's like challenge, like really hard challenge and Kaizo packs that get made. But for like a full-fledged story mode, I think Launch is typically regarded as the hardest.
I think I would agree with you. 651 is up there, but I think this might surpass it.
Yeah, no, 651 World 10 is much harder than Launch World 10.
Yeah, 651 World 10 is absurd, but I think this pack builds up the difficulty more, if that makes sense. I think Worlds 6, 7, 8 in this are harder than 651, 6, 7, 8. However, I'm biased because I've played 651 more, and so I'm more familiar with those stages.
I actually just played through World 10 recently for the first time, so that was a very fun experience. That pack is awesome too.
It's really good.
Those
There are so
levels
many
are
good
hard.
packs. There are just so many. Wow, that was flashing.
Yeah. Hitting the like tiny little wall segment only saves about 1 second, but it's like too cool not to go for it.
1 second that can be pretty impactful in Monkey Ball runs. Maybe not as much in a run of this scale, but especially like when Monkey Ball categories start getting more optimized, 1 second is a big deal.
That is true. So this is definitely like definitively where it gets hard. In fact, this is probably second hardest strat in the run. This strat is very brutal. I'm hoping I can hit it. Nice.
What?
We love to see that.
I can't swear on the stream. I never once even considered beating that stage anywhere near that method.
You can thank Nambo for that skip. So something important to note, if you have like a moving object and you're moving into it, you'll get a bigger hit out of it. So we use that here to skip the whole level. You're supposed to go play a bunch of obstacles and then you hit a button and the goal flips around onto the inside. But if you just like get a specific bounce into that button, you get like a super hit that sends you up all the way, which we do the exact same thing here. There's all this level to the right that we're just not gonna play.
Classic.
This strat is really cool. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically you press a button and the level will flip on its side. But we do this and skip the button. And oh my lord, is that hard?
That is a really good demonstration of the power of wormholes in this game, actually, because you keep your speed that you have when you go into one, so you can start chaining them and just do some ridiculous stuff.
And you've got like other packs where you do wormhole charging and everything. Like it's very cool.
Your movement has been so impressively precise.
Yeah, no, that level particularly is just so tough because the wires are moving ever so slightly.
Yeah.
But I have my my dearest Eddie coaching me there, back in my
Eddie,
corner.
my goat. Wire legend. Yeah, there are some strats that we're not talking about, some levels we're not really touching on that you're making look very easy, and I know from experience they're not anywhere near that easy, and your movement is just really good.
I think I don't know, I'm playing a lot better than I thought I would, so I'm really happy about that. But that's usually indicative of like a World 8 or World 10 meltdown, so cross our fingers.
You got this.
Ooh, close.
So many of these levels I've like kind of forgotten about because it's been a while since I've played this, and then I see them and I'm like, oh yeah, this level's really good.
Yeah, no, another thing, like, even for me, like, sometimes I'll just play a level casually that I haven't just played through normally for a while. Whoa. And, like, I remember that the levels are just really fun to play.
It's almost like we speedrun these games because we find them fun or something.
True. Might be a little bit of bias. Okay, there we go. Bit of a meltdown on nuclear, which is makes sense.
Fitting.
To a degree, yeah, fitting.
Alright, hello, World 8.
So this level has these conveyors that push you out to either side of the platform for like most of it. So it's like a really fun movement challenge. But it's kind of hard to tell that's happening unless you're actually in the driver's seat. You can kind of see the checkers moving there.
I feel like this pack as a whole has a lot of movement challenges, specifically.
Oh, yeah.
More so than some other packs.
Specifically, like, ground movement is just such a big thing in this pack. And I played a lot of Stardust before RTAing this pack, and it was such a different experience.
I was about to compare it to Stardust. Like, this pack kind of feels like this pack is to ground movement as Stardust is to air movement.
Yeah, for sure.
Stardust is a custom level pack created by Nambo that is, in many cases, air movement centric. There's a lot of really, really flashy giant stages. You do a lot of huge jumps and things like that. Lots of speed. Very, very fun.
So we're coming up on the gauntlet of diabolical strats. So we'll probably see some deaths, but basically, like, the whole rest of this world is just really tough stuff. Okay, there's one.
Nice bounces.
Particularly, if you know anything about this RTA specifically, you will know Influence is an evil stage. That is, I was talking earlier on 2-9 about the RNG strats, and it's by far the most egregious out of all of them. And I can lose minutes to it if it's just like deciding not to work. Okay, sweet.
You're fine. Okay, wow. That was scary. Oh, wow, that's another
I thought I was
stage
dead too.
I see why this is the gauntlet. That's another stage that just looked incredibly precise. All right, here's Influence.
Okay, that's not working. Yes.
Second try, huge.
That
Nice.
That is all my fears gone. I just really did not want to spend like 3 or 4 minutes on influence because it's very real that could happen.
We're so back. But we were never gone to begin with the way you're playing.
We need a little bit more speed there. I slowed down a little bit too much. We were just talking about how it's the ground control pack, so I had to throw you for a loop here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There's so many bounces. Nice. Oh, gosh, the strats that end up on, you know, super large scale like that, every one of those bounces, at least in most cases, is planned. And so just to see it all work out, to see it all come together is so impressive. I mean, I could say the same thing for the other Marble games this event. Like, Marble It Up Classic had some of those moments to me where it's like, wow, it's just every bounce in that sequence was planned, and it's so impressive.
Yeah, no, that run was awesome. Same thing with the Luna run, that was incredible.
Yeah, the runs this event so far have been so fun.
I think I might just like Marble games.
I was gonna say, it's almost like that's why I'm doing this or something, is because I think Marble games are really cool. Turns out, get Marble to the goal is very satisfying and cool and fun.
Ooh. Hit a little bit too much speed there. Another case of button collision just kind of being hard to make consistent.
Each of these buttons corresponds to a part of this level, so very intentionally hitting some specific buttons there to assemble the stage that he wants.
Yeah, sorry, I probably should explain some of these levels. Not immediately obvious what's going on.
That's okay. You're focused on doing some really incredible gameplay here. That was really clean. I would explain them more if I was more familiar with them. Oh, this one is fun. This sort of abuses, how do I want to say this? This sort of abuses like the lack of friction you have in midair, and the way you kind of tend to build up speed by bouncing around a lot. That's why it's called Accelerator.
Yeah, this level is really cool.
This stage is funny.
Yeah,
You saw a big old stack of buttons over there.
So we have to get up on top of that stack of buttons so we can break into where the goal is.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the name Infiltrate, but you can fall off that stack of buttons and have to play through the level again. And sometimes be kind of funny. Yeah, you can see some of the buttons don't work for a second. They can like upwards of like 2 seconds, just you'll be sitting there waiting for the button to press. It's really fun. So this level, you'll have these 4 spinning paths, and at the end of each of them is a button. In order to beat the goal normally, you have to press all 4 of them. But we're gonna be abusing what Helix was talking about earlier. She was saying when you're holding diagonals, it affects your air movement. You'll fall slower, and we use that to give us bigger bounces and time it perfectly, so whenever we bounce on the ground we get another hit as we're landing to give us a bigger hit so we can skip notable sections of it. Oh no. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm doing this. It's a very awkward movement. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, air movement like that, especially if you're less familiar with it, is really tricky to get down. And I think in a pack like this, it's especially a bit of a change of pace.
Whoa. That wormhole.
Wow.
That wormhole was a little crazy.
Again, the precision with which you're moving, absurd.
I appreciate it. This is another fun strat. I hope I can hit this one relatively quickly. Just skip over the whole level.
Nice.
That's an Eddie find, and one of the few strats of his that are actually humanly possible.
I forgot about the stage. The stage is really neat.
This strat, or not this strat, this stage is really cool. This was one of my favorites whenever I first played through the level, or through the pack.
I love the presentation of it. And a cool strat to boot.
So this level, 9-9, there's these four buttons around the stage that we have to press in order to unlock the middle, like, rocket ship, and that's where the goal is. So this is like just a big box stage that we have to go around and do a collect-a-thon with all these buttons. And every time you press a button, it'll activate some moving object on the stage. You can see those like green and orange stars are moving around now. And they're kind of evil. They can get in your way. We are off strat right now, which is probably the worst level for that to happen on. But yeah, it's just a very long level, and a lot can go wrong on it. So quite a tough one. Oh, it's not working either.
I'll take a moment and shout out the rest of the content on Hotfix. You know, if you're enjoying this, first of all, if you enjoy custom levels, community-created content, things of that nature, you might enjoy my bi-weekly Hotfix show, Parallel Universe. That's every other Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern. And it's all about community-created content, so stuff exactly like this. Before I continue, is there anything important on 9-10 that you need to talk about?
No, you can keep going.
All right, I will keep going. But there are other really cool themed shows on Hotfix, so you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, check them out. Just check out our full lineup. You can also click through, while you're on that page, to our detailed schedule, and you can see the more detailed schedule for Marble Marathon this weekend. You can see what's coming up the rest of the day today and tomorrow. And another thing you can do on that page is submit your own speedruns to Hotfix. There should be a link to submit your own runs. Highly recommend Hotfix, especially if you maybe haven't done like a marathon run before. Hotfix is a great way to get involved, get started. Anyway, we are now moving on to World 10 of launch, and I know from experience that World 10 is quite a doozy.
Yeah, so everything is just way harder now. A lot of these levels, I'm not even doing strats on, I'm just trying to beat the level, and that's hard enough. So it's just, this is like the real lock-in point, and it can, sometimes I have runs that this split takes 6 minutes, and sometimes it's like 12.
Yep, that sounds
Very
like World 10 of a
volatile.
custom pack.
Yeah.
So many of these packs just really pop off when it comes to World 10 in the best way, but it makes the speedruns really volatile.
Yeah.
Gaiden 651, even like one of the first custom level packs, Monkeyed Ball and Monkeyed Ball 2 have that.
Oh yeah, Monkeyed seems rough.
I've run it. It is, but it's also very fun.
This level, all of these platforms are seesaws. So I have to wait a second on the closer side to lift them up a bit so I get a ramp that I can go across. And this is I think this is probably the hardest level casually for a lot of people. You really just need to have a good feel for how these seesaws work. So this level has these bananas showing you where the invisible ground is, but we use this moving platform in the middle to just kind of jump over most of the level. But just a fun little whoa, that's tough. A fun little invisible stage gimmick.
I don't even know what to say here. These invisible stages always get me.
Ooh. Yeah, and I think this like middle bit that I'm running on is like a pole or a cylinder. So I'm not sure. I honestly, I've barely seen the level not invisible.
I was gonna say,
you can see it on spinning.
It's hard to tell when you can't really see anything.
That is true.
I do appreciate the banana guide. I think that's fun.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's a fun little gimmick. Oh my goodness. There we go, that should work.
Nice.
So the gimmick with this level is we have these conveyors that kind of hug you to these walls, so you can climb stuff you normally wouldn't be able to, especially with this wall right here. You can see it extends down a little bit, so you can you have a lot of leeway there.
That looks so silly.
But the level, after you hit this button, it'll flip around. It'll hit you up, and it'll be an upwards conveyor, so you're on the ceiling. But if you dodge the ceiling, you can get on top of the level. And rather than have to play through everything on the ceiling, you just get on top of... Like you can see at the end there, I was hugged to the roof whenever I went to the goal. That's typically how the rest of the level plays out. This level is the hardest level in the RTA, just through and through. This level is impossible, and I probably one of the hardest levels casually too. It's very cycle dependent, and there's just so much going on. Oh shoot!
I'll let this one speak for itself.
Didn't quite get the height for it. Sweet.
It just kept going.
It just never stops.
That was like a guidance stage.
This is another classic killer. This is also probably, if it's not Collapse, I would guess this is a hardest level for a casual playthrough. The whole thing is a seesaw, and I have to carefully, oh, there we go. I have to carefully push down one side so I can bring the next platform like flat level so I can go on top of it. And it's so precise. You really need to have a good feel of what you're doing, especially for this last one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I messed it up. This one used to be like the biggest killer of my runs.
It's funny, it's so precise, but in such a different way from the last level.
Yeah. There we go.
Well done. Only 2 levels left.
On to our final of the 3 quote-unquote RNG strats. There's a lot of level here that we're not going to play. In fact, we're just going to take our time and wait a second here. And we're going to use that cylinder to hopefully hit us up right into the goal. Oh, and we exit game.
Well, there you go.
Almost made it the whole run without exit game. And now we've got our final level. This level is so cool. The idea is it's this escape sequence, hence the name. And you're racing against this level as it's falling apart and stuff is breaking and there's pillars falling over. And in fact, we're going to use one of those pillars and just get hit by it and go flying over pretty much the whole level. And time is coming up if I land this. It looks like I will. Whoa, whoa.
Oh my gosh.
And that's time.
I wish you could see the face I made when you got hit by that pillar.
That is awesome. That's a PB.
Well done. Incredible stuff. That was... I don't even know how to describe that run. So it's a perfect blend of really, precise movement and then also just really flashy stunts. I'm very, very impressed. Very well done.
Thank you. It's very fun to show off. I'm glad I got to let the people see this very cool run that I love.
Mm-hmm. Any shout-outs?
Yeah, so shout out Dairude. He's the person who made this custom level pack. And I want to shout out specifically the Monkey Ball Workshop Discord, which that's where anything custom Monkey Ball related gets made and worked on and shared. So if anybody saw something that looked fun today, I would strongly suggest to go check that out. You can probably just Google it and it'll show up. And check out all the cool custom stuff we've got in there. There's some really talented people working on stuff for this game.
Vouch. I honestly can't vouch enough, actually. There's some really, really cool stuff, as you've seen. Yeah, please check it out. Especially if you like Monkey Ball and you want more experiences, especially with the sort of original style of games, the original physics, then there's so much content just waiting for you if you get into the custom level community.
I also just want to thank you for letting me show off this run today. This was awesome.
Hey, thank you for being here. This was awesome. I will agree. I'm glad I didn't look into this run too much beforehand because there were some things that really surprised me. I mean, you could tell by my reactions. So I'm glad you have experienced this run for the first time live. I think that was a good call. Yeah, thank you so much for being on. Any last words?
No, that's all for me. Good luck to everyone else running stuff and have a good day.
Yeah, you too. We are going to start. I will start considering this our silly block. A Marble Abduction. Patti Hattu is up next, and that is sort of a unique looking marble roller. It has modern graphics is the best way I can put it, and it's very silly. There's a part where you kick a football or something. It's a good time, and then we're into Teddy Roller 1 and C.B.T, stands for Crazy Ball Time, after that. So there's some really, really funny stuff coming up, so you are going to want to stick around. Speaking of, we're going to set up for the beginning of what I will consider our silly block, and we'll be right back with that in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Our Marble Marathon rolls on, pun intended, here on GDQ Hotfix. I am Helix. And we are about to start getting into what I like to call our silly block. There's Marble Abduction and Teddy Roller 1 and C.B.T, Crazy Ball Time, coming up all in a row. And it's These will be very silly. So if you want to laugh while just watching some fun Marble Roller gameplay, you're in the right spot. But let's get into it. M2K is here to run Marble Abduction. Patti Hattu. First of all, tell me if I pronounced that correctly, because I have a feeling that I might not have.
I think it's pronounced Patti Hattu.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You're close. You're close. Yeah, so hello, my name is M2K. I am a speedrunner of mini marble games, and today I have the pleasure of showing off one of my favorite as of recent. This game was actually developed around the time of the last Marble Marathon, which was May 2024. That's when the devs reached out, asked if I was interested in playing around with their game in a beta, and I said sure. I love to see all these new ideas in the Marble genre, and I have to say, this game really delivers. This game has a very unique controls and abilities and such. It's super simple, not too complicated, easy to get into, fun casually, and also fun speedrunning. And a great aesthetic, as you'll see. So I'm just kind of playing through the intro cutscene. I want to drop a little bit of lore here because this game does have story. I think is a good dimension. That man right there, his name is Patti Hattu, hence the name of the game. And unbeknownst to him, these aliens who abducted him are looking for a test subject to run through some courses for their entertainment. But what's a bit odd here is these aliens, they're past the whole stage of testing on animals. You see, we're not putting any monkeys in the marble today. Today, we are putting a man in the marble for the very first time. So this entire run, there is a man in the marble, and every twist, every turn, every impact, he's going to be feeling this whole speedrun. So definitely something funny to keep in mind as we go through this, and we'll just try to make this as quick as we can for him. But I think that's enough for now. We'll go ahead and get started. The run starts on level 1. We have 60 levels and it ends on the final level. So go ahead and give a countdown here. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck.
Welcome. Thank you. Welcome to Marble Abduction. There is the man in the marble himself, Patti Hattu. I think one thing that really sets this game apart from a lot of others is you'll see lots of objects and stuff you can interact with, and they have their own physics. It's going to lead to like very creative and interesting routing that you'll see throughout this run. Another thing, there's all these aliens all over the level, the aliens that abducted me, and you can run them over, but they kind of enjoy it and they'll like stick their tongue out and get happy as if how to get run over. But let's get into the movement of the run here. This level kind of introduces jumping, which is a very basic mechanic. One thing that's different about this game compared to other games is jumping is actually not the best way to build up speed. We're going to want to roll. So we're only going to be jumping when necessary. Here we can actually jump to skip a large portion of this level. And I think the next level is also a very great example of why jumping can be used to skip a lot of time. We can jump up from the start, and we can jump and boost all the way to the end. So what's that boost? Let's talk about that, because that's probably the most important thing in this run. If you look at the bottom right, you'll see I have two abilities. The boost is the one on the right of them, and when I use it, I have to wait 5 seconds to use it again, so it's always recharging, and I can use it when it's fully charged. It affects your movement vector. So basically, whatever direction a marble is going, and totally independent of the camera, it'll boost kind of that direction, if that makes sense. So what that means is say we want to jump to the goal here, we can jump and then use it, and it'll actually boost us up a little bit since we jumped and our movement is going up. I'll get to the other ability a little later. Here, I want to mention there's lots of hazards in this game, and I'm going to try to talk about as many as possible. We saw the spinner on the last level, and here we see some spikes. This game also has checkpoints. You'll see that kind of orange opaque orb that I just kind of avoided there. I wouldn't lose this time, but basically you die, you respawn there. And the power-up in front of it is kind of useless to us for this run. It's the little heart where if you die with that power-up, you will respawn at the checkpoint, but it'll give you the time you had when you activated it. So for like casual runs, it's really nice to have. Coming up here, we're gonna go up a slope and then use our boost, and you see just how high we go and how much we skip. So again, it affects your movement vector kind of.
This is
power-ups in this level.
This is fascinating. This definitely doesn't look like any other marble game in this event.
No, this is very unique. I love this. You'll see that kind of power up there. It's called the time slower. It'll slow down time to 50% in-game for 2 seconds. If you do the math, each of those is going to give you 1 second. And then these time freezes are going to freeze the clock for 6 seconds. And that's, again, the in-game timer, not too important to us for a real-time run. There's another hazard there with that kind of oil slick. If you run through it, you'll kind of lose traction. And it'll give you that Mario Kart blooper effect where it covers your screen, if you know what I'm talking about. So you definitely don't want that. Here's the final level, the first tier. A reminder, each tier is 10 levels. And this one's going to introduce gems, which comes straight from the marble genre, the Marble Blast genre more specifically. They have crazy hitboxes. And of course, you have to collect every single one to complete the level. And if you actually don't collect them all, you can finish, but the aliens will just laugh at you and make you do it again. So you definitely don't want that. That'd be a little bit demoralizing. Will bring us into tier 2, and I'm gonna kind of briefly explain the parachute, which is your other power-up. It's effectively the opposite of the boost. So when you use it, it's gonna slow you down. It'll apply a force opposite of your movement vector, technically. So we can use that if we hold it long enough to come to a complete stop, and I'll give you a great example of that in a few levels with a very iconic skip. This level is going to introduce the no jump zone. We'll see a handful of times throughout this run. You go in that gate, you can no longer jump, but that's not going to stop us from cheesing the first gem with some boost, because why not? To negate the effect, we just have to go through another gate. It can even be the same gate. In this case, it is 7. Almost missed that cycle, but that's fine. So now we can jump again. -3 here. It's a very unassuming level. It's very short and sweet. We have a little rock hit here at the beginning. But something at the end I want to bring up. You might have seen me kind of skipping through a lot of unlocks when I complete the levels, just spamming. But there's a specific unlock here that I want to try to equip. You might have seen it go by. And that is my very own custom marble in the game. So as one of the very lucky beta testers, maybe not officially, of this game, the devs decided to add in a marble. It's based off of a marble I use in a lot of other games, and I figured, I have to use this in a marathon run. It's just so cool.
Oh, that's nice.
So you won't see the man in there. He's kind of blocked. You can kind of forget about him, but he's still there. It's reminding you.
Poor guy can't see anymore now either. Oh.
So here's that level I was alluding to, that we're going to be using the parachute and really showing off how useful it is. So we just need to build up a lot of speed here. We're going to use a boost again. And then we're going to come to a complete stop in just the middle of nowhere. And just like that, we're turning a 40-second level into 16 seconds.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's another obstacle here that we're going to be seeing a lot. These kind of blue guys with the orange blockers. One of the most common and one of the hardest to get around. I'm not sure they even have a technical name, but one person in the community dubbed them the Band-Aid guys, and everybody has gone with it. So we're going to call them the Band-Aid guys. That's what I'm going to refer to them as. Nothing too interesting in this level. We can talk about the little the pads here. This red pad, you roll over it, it'll just kind of make you jump up. And then this blue pad here, it's going to give you a kind of boost when you roll over it. Very simple. Here we're going to see the first useful power-up for this run. This one's called the jetpack. And it's kind of like a super jump from Marble Blast. you can just go really high with it. And then you have to wait 8 seconds, but there's another one here that we're gonna just pick up. So that kind of gets rid of the delay, and we can just instantly use it again. Really helpful for jumping over obstacles and such, and I think this level is a great example of it. We're actually going to be jumping and boosting before we use it, because like every other power-up and ability in the game, it compounds off of our movement. So if we have a specific upward movement before we use it, we just jump over everything, and I mean, we saw that there. We're going to use it here, and then pick up another one.
That's somewhat similar to how the spin dash works in the newest Monkey Ball game, Banana Rumble, which will be shown off tomorrow.
Awesome. We're already at the last level of Tier 2 here. You're going to notice these levels have a bit of a theme. The person who did the level development for this game did such a good job. Like, not only just designing kind of the structure of the levels, but just the aesthetic of them. And we're seeing that we're coming into a sort of sports theme. You're going to see some sports-related levels coming up. And I'm going to try to reference all the themes as we go. There's a lot of them throughout this run. That is the end of Tier 2. Coming to Tier 3, though, we have a new kind of level coming up. We have a lap level. And they work kind of similar to like Mario Kart, where you have to go through every checkpoint to complete a lap. Unfortunately, we have not found a way to cheese the checkpoint system, whether or not it exists, but basically gonna have to go through here 3 times, though there is one skip we can do. So you'll see I ran into that straight up vertical wall there with as much speed as possible, and then I used my boost. So that's because the way wall hits work in this game, you won't bounce off of them. You can, it's rare, but we're just kind of banking on the idea here that we don't, and it'll cause us to roll up a little bit. And if we boost while rolling up a little bit, again, that boosts that movement high enough to just get us straight over there, and we can skip a 4 or 5 second turnaround. It's actually really hard to get this 3 for 3, so if I get this here, that's very good luck. Didn't get it there. Okay. And we're dying, but died right after a checkpoint, so it's not too big.
Yeah, that's super unique. Walls obviously do not work like that in pretty much any of the other games this weekend.
Yeah, it's kind of the same with landing from a distance too. You'll just stick to the ground, you won't really bounce. Unique, I think it's cool. This next level here is denoted as Type Mystery, and it's the only of its kind. And there's not really much like to say why this level is what it is. It is literally just hitting field goals. I guess the aliens like football. Luckily, these aren't kind of random. I know exactly where they're at, and you might have seen the shadow, the little dot on the ground that shows where the next football is going to be, so it's kind of light work once you know where they're at. I'm going to go for an edge clip at the beginning. Oh, and I got it for sure. Gonna skip like 5 to 10 seconds of rolling around in a circle. And here we grab a jetpack, and we just jumped over the only, I believe, ability remove gate in the game that would have just taken our jetpack away, but we found a clever way to keep it and use it to cheese the entire rest of the level. It'll be a very long level.
That's
Coming
entertaining.
Probably one of the biggest skips in the run right here, so this should be like a 40-second level that we're gonna do we're gonna run high speed and do a very specific polygon. It might be tough, but if we can do it. Close. I think we should be able to just boost jump from here though. That's good. Yeah, you could jump directly into the goal. It would be like 13 seconds, but it's not easy to do consistently at all. You'll see here we have a kind of camping theme going on, and there's a bit of a new danger here with these bear traps. It will make you respawn if you touch them, so just have to avoid those, but they're not too hard. Again, making use of the jetpack along with a jump boost to just skip over the rest of the level. And there's one more. This would be kind of a tough cycle to deal with these Band-Aid guys, but we're just jumping over them. We don't have to deal with them. this right here is probably one of my favorite levels. It's had so many skips and routes because there's so many objects in it to work with. This particular one I'm doing here, I'm gonna run into a tree to jump up to the top early. You'll notice that the alien trees are a little bit springier than human trees, I guess. Not human earth trees. I want to point out these two signs that have the names Leo Dio and Snowboarder, who are two prominent members of this community that I'll touch on later on. But for now, just keep them in mind, because we are coming into the second and final power-up that we actually really care about for a real-time run. This is the levitation jump. And unlike the jetpack, it doesn't have a cooldown. You can use it and it lasts for a few seconds, but if you want to use it again, you just need to touch the ground. So, use a car there to turn around. But you'll notice it also, like the jetpack and every other ability, it compounds with our movement. So we can actually jump before we use it here to just get all the way up without doing any extra movement. Probably the greatest power-up. So here's a good opportunity to talk about the collectibles in this game. This game has these pink secret stars, and there's one in every level. I personally really like collectibles, but for the purpose of this run, we want to avoid them, because if you pick one up, it will end the level and it'll send you back to the start and make you do it again. So you'll see in a second here, we're kind of taking this intended shortcut, and there's the pink star I'm talking about that's going to make me spend another 25 seconds if I touch it, so we're just going to avoid it. I'm going to add on to the checkpoint mechanics of this game by saying that these gems actually act as checkpoints. When you pick one up, you will respawn at the gem. So if I happen to miss that jump there, that was a little risky, I would just respawn there and all would be fine. And we will be heading into the final level of Tier 3, which is half the levels in the game, but certainly not half the length of the run. We're gonna get our hands on the levitation jump once again, and you know, every time we get this, just keep in mind, we're gonna be breaking the game as much as possible. We're not gonna be following the routes. You're gonna see there's like 4 gems on this side of the map, like kind of under me, but there's 1 gem out here, and the fastest way to get it is to kind of jump on these blocks we're never meant to jump on and just take a straight line with the levitation jump. It's honestly amazing.
I love using background elements to assist in marble roller rounds. It's always really fun.
No, yeah, that's what makes this game so fun to route and play. Uh-oh. I think I flipped into the air a little bit, so when I hit jump to jump off, it thought I was midair. All the last 3 gems are here, though. We can get up to this one by just jumping. It's a very nice power-up. And that is the end of Tier 3. Seems like Patty's holding up there in the marble, but things are going to get a little hectic. We're entering a no jump zone, and you'll notice this one actually locks the camera. That's because, per the story, we're playing in the perspective of an overseer, which are those floating orange orbs with emoticons that always just look like they're disappointed in you. You might have seen them throughout the run. If I see one, I'll try to point it out, but it also has these ice turns, and especially this turn here can be really easy to go too fast, so we're even slowing down a little. But yeah, no jump and no camera that make it kind of hard. So I talked about my favorite level. Now I want to talk about my favorite skip in the game. So this one, it's only going to save about 5 or 10 seconds depending on how well you perform it. So really not going to save that much. But I just think it's so funny when you see exactly what I'm about to jump off of. Because, I mean, this game, like Helix mentioned, has just so many background objects to interact with. And check this out. That's not my house, and I'm not paying for that. But just, yeah, jumping off of that house to skip a kind of long turnaround is just such a cool skill.
Can't say I've ever seen someone jump off of a house in a marble roller until now.
There you go. Yeah, that's why I love that skip so much. This next level here, it's kind of just like speed slopes. We're just really trying to take as straight a line as possible to save time, but there's not too much to add here. There's a spot at the end where I can, well, that was close. There's a spot at the end where I can kind of jump around a gravity trigger, and that's gonna kind of be how a lot of the skips coming up work, avoiding gravity or out of bounds triggers. Turns out here it doesn't extend all the way, so if we roll in the right spot, yeah, we don't end up out of bounds. We can just skip that. Next level, it's the final kind of snow themed level. The snow theme is really nice. It stretches on for a bit, but I think we're going to be entering the desert theme after this. Oh yeah, on this ice turn, you'll notice these kind of piles of wood. They don't have the ice surface effect, so you can use those to easily turn if you think you're going to go too fast. That brings us into the 5th level of Tier 4. And I think this is a good place to talk about gravity, because if we've done everything right until now, we actually have not made contact with the gravity surface. Oh, I'm going to do that. These sideways walls can be a bit tough to maneuver on. They're kind of based off of like your incident angle and speed. I got it one more time. I want to save my boost to do a skip, but I think that should. Here's the gravity surface over here. This kind of solar panel tiled surface, and it works very similar to marble it up gravity surface, where depending on the angle of the surface you touch, it defines down. So very simple. Here we have another one of those sideways walls. It's not cooperating right now, but like I said, it's basically the speed that you enter them with and the angle that kind of decides how long you can roll on those. And then we're just going to boost over everything else. There's an out of bounds here that we can also kind of maneuver around to finish the level a little quicker. Just like that. Oh, and so everything I just told you about gravity, kind of throw it out the window for a second. I'm going to be doing a bit of a crazy skip, abusing the gravity here. So if I can get around that, barely, I want to jump into a precise polygon here to jump over the out of bounds, and I'm actually at the end of the level, but I'm on a weird gravity, and it looks like I'm not going to make it into the goal, but I can just jump up on this slope, and it makes no sense. But how that works basically is the game will only update your kind of the direction that you'll jump when you touch gravity. So the game expects me to touch and roll on gravity in order to get to that point, and since I didn't do that, my jump direction is kind of in the gravity that I was already in, the orientation. So
There's anything,
it seems a little weird.
if there's anything we marble roller players like doing, it's throwing gravity out the window.
Of course, yeah. This level is just kind of a big ring where you're going high speed for most of it. I should mention this game does not have a speed cap. We're not going to be doing any crazy high speed things in this run because it's very difficult to get high speeds. But individual level runs definitely, which are kind of big in this game, make use of that for some crazy skips and routing and such. So here we have just kind of a laid out gem level. We can kind of take in any order we want. We're going to start at the back and just kind of work our way towards the goal. It's the fastest route we have.
I'm going to take a moment really quick to shout out
Yeah,
Black in a
perfect.
Flash, which is a community that uplifts and connects Black speedrunners of all levels, offering a space to collaborate on speedruns, challenge runs, and randomizers, while celebrating Black voices in the speedrunning scene. You can learn more or apply to join at gdq.gg/BAF and follow at blackinaflash.bsky.social for updates. And of course, do not miss their upcoming events, Speeding Through the Holidays next month, December 27th through 28th, and Back to Black 2026 on February 5th. That's when that starts. And Back to Black 2026 is now accepting prize submissions as well at gdq.gg/BTB26-prizes. Vouch for all of their incredible work. Please check them out and do not miss those events.
Alright, so this level we have like a sort of tightrope, no jump zone. It's not really tightrope though. I mean, this is kind of the width of the marble. But I should mention the water here, which is a hazard. If you roll into it, if you even barely skim it, you'll die and you'll have to restart that. So even touching the edge and just barely skimming it is enough to just end your run. So, but we're entering a theme where we're going to be seeing a lot of water. Here's the final level of Tier 4. You'll see the theme we're entering is a bit of a tropical theme, which is kind of nice. But there's not too much to add on this level. It's fairly linear.
The graphics in this game really give such a good sense of speed when you're going fast.
Oh yeah, the effects on the marble.
Yeah, just how detailed everything is. Seeing it absolutely whiz past is very fun.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that 2 people made this game. It still blows my mind.
2? I didn't know this either.
And one of them worked on the graphics.
Wow.
One person like did all the graphics. It's
Impressive.
amazing. All right, we're entering Tier 5 here, and we start off in a no jump level, but we do get access to our camera, so we can do this skip where we roll up this slope, and once we're going up, it barely worked. Yeah, we can boost and just basically skip most of this area, and we're already out of there. You'll see there's one thing here, the catapults I didn't mention on 4-1. This is the only other time I'm going to be using them, because as you see, they take a while to kind of throw the marble, and in most cases we can just use boost to get where we're trying to go, so you won't see, well, you will see another one of them, but you won't see me using them. This level, I want to mention these buttons because they will put text on the screen that might be a little confusing. Basically, they have to do with the collectible in this level, but I thought I would mention that just because they're putting text on the screen, it might not make sense. (5-3) here is kind of built around a beach resort kind of feel. I think it's really nice. Again, we're just avoiding the water. We don't want to touch that. But really just another gem level that we can... That was close. We can just take this however we'd like. I do want to talk about those red platforms I touched on a while ago that kind of boost you up. It turns out they're not flat, they're actually shaped like a crater. So if I hit the left side and I jump, it'll actually hit me a little right and I can skip the second one, which saves time. I want to mention one of the names I told you to keep in the back of your mind earlier, Snowboarder. He has the record on this level. He's probably the most accomplished speedrunner in this game. He holds probably the most individual level records, and his contributions to the RTA run are just like, there's so much I can't even list it all. But definitely a very good runner. And I just want to mention the IL strat on this is one of the craziest. You actually use those Band-Aid guys. If you use 2 of them, you can rebound infinitely, and you build up kind of the high speed I was referring to. And you can just go so fast, you skip the out of bounds and you just cut to the end here. And the out of bounds is large, it's very hard to do that. So it would be 14 seconds, which is a little bit faster than 33. Here, fortunately, the final no jump level and then we'll be done with them. This one's just got a little bit of a cycle we've got to wait for. You can roll off that edge, but feels a little risky, so I never do it.
Back to our monkey ball roots with no jumping.
Yeah. So here, there's nothing like mechanically to add, but you will notice this level has a lot of different themes kind of bunched together, and that kind of ties into the story of this game. You're not really meant to enter the upcoming theme. It's kind of like, you'll see that purple alienish kind of theme at the very end, and there's something wrong with like the levels. But I want to point out it actually kind of alludes to additional content that isn't covered in this run. So outside of the 6 chapters, there is more to this game. I don't want to like spoil anything though. I think you should really play it and experience it. It's amazing. But the next couple levels are going to have this theme, and I figured I was going to talk about some of the hazards coming up because they're very unique to that theme. So you'll see those mines there. That's the first of the hazards. Basically, you'll roll by them and they'll activate, wait a couple seconds, and then they won't kill you, but they'll apply a very large force that'll usually throw you off the level. The other thing you might have seen is that thing that was shooting at me, which isn't very nice. Those are really easy to outrun. We don't have to worry about those. And they don't push your marble very much at all. They're very minimal. So we don't worry about those. But those mines, I do want to mention the mines can compound, where using 2 mines, you can just launch yourself pretty much anywhere at such high speed. And I want to talk about the other runner, Leo Dio, I mentioned earlier, who holds the record on this level at 9 seconds by using 2 mines there, right there in that corner, to basically just slingshot into the goal. And it's so incredibly hard to do. And to put how good that is into perspective, I'm the 2nd place runner on this level, and I have 41 seconds. So 9 seconds to 41 seconds is amazing. Leo Dio, yeah. Leo Dio has contributed so much, probably the most, to these runs. And not only finding incredible and creative routes, but being the first to land them. He's really proven himself as like probably one of the best players in this game. So I definitely have to mention him. But yeah, it's just the route you're expected to take. It takes a while. Two more levels in this tier. This one, there's not much going on, so. You notice there's kind of a construction theme brewing here that we'll see later on. We did make it out of that alien theme. So we won't be seeing that again in the run though. At least in this category. You can see me blatantly disregard this catapult here though, because it's just faster to boost down to here. That's weird, I've never had that happen. But we get right up there with the boost pad, and obviously this hazard's pretty self-explanatory. Don't touch the electricity. The level coming up is what I'd say is probably the most iconic skip in this game. The final level of Tier 5, and we're going to get our hands on the levitation jump again, and we're going to be making good use of it. Our goal is to get that power up, and then basically jump up to the goal early. So you'll kind of see I'm in this area where I could kind of jump up there and just skip a large portion of the level if I wanted to, but this power up is so useful, we're going to go all the way around to grab it. And we're just gonna skip this surface here. But once we get it, we're just gonna start skipping everything. So we want to keep a lot of speed to hopefully pull this off. And then boost, use the balloons, and perfect. And you'll see I have a little sign there, courtesy of the aliens who were not too happy with me figuring that strat out.
Oh wow, that was clean.
Here's the final tier. So we see kind of futuristic building feel that I think is really neat. You'll see, the first hazard you'll see in this tier are these circling taxi cars that have a bit of a tight cycle. We're not going to see them again. They don't actually kill you, they just give you a lot of speed, and it's really hard to control. But since they don't kill you, that doesn't really stop us from using that in the individual level to basically just get to this area at the goal so much quicker. Such a cool route. Another hazard that we saw in a couple of earlier levels is police cars. They have this tape around them that shows you kind of their area of effect, and if you go in there, you'll just die and respawn. So, but their area of effect actually is shaped like a dome. So it's kind of high enough to where you can't really boost over the out of bounds zone of them. So we really just have to be careful and just not get anywhere near them. That was well executed. We're coming into the final kind of major skip of this run here, 6-3. And this was found by a player named Corvus, who's been around on the leaderboards longer than I have. He's probably played this game the most out of everyone in the speedrunning community. We're going to be jumping around out of bounds here. That looks good. And we want to stick our landing. Perfect. And this will turn a 40-second level into about 20 seconds, which is really cool. He also found that skip in 3-4, which was that camping level where I went really high speed into a small polygon. So definitely some big contributions. This level here, it kind of centers around this traffic in the middle. So since everything's on cycles, we can't really save time here. But I will mention the cars are not random. I know exactly where they're going to be, and I can just go around them. But if we touch them, we'll die. But if you've been following along, you know every gem we're collecting is a checkpoint, which makes it really easy to not lose too much time.
I'm really glad those cars are on predictable cycles and not random. That's helpful.
No, yeah, it'd be so hard if those were random.
That'd be really rough.
So we're coming into the longest level in the game. Here's the other lap level I was mentioning, or not the hardest level in the longest level in the game, not the longest level. The longest level in this run, correction. And we're forced to basically go around the entire thing 3 times because there's not really a way to cheese any of the checkpoints. They're kind of spaced out perfectly to prevent that. So we're just sticking with the cycles of those moving columns, but it's kind of don't have much to say as we just follow through.
Something I want to bring up is that you are also running Marble It Up Ultra tomorrow as the second run of the day. So, I mean, the ability to play this as well as you're playing it and also commentate solo effectively is super impressive. So I'm looking forward to what you have in store for us tomorrow as well.
No, yeah, I speedrun a lot of Marble games, but I think kind of the hardest thing about this, and when I was like getting into it and practicing for this hotfix, it was actually the commentating part, because I feel like I don't do like the greatest job at commentating, and especially when I first tried to like commentate while doing a run, I realized just how hard it is to focus on 2 things at once. But yeah, you can tell I've practiced this a lot. So
I was gonna say, you're doing a really good job.
Yeah. So here's the construction theme I was kind of mentioning earlier. At this point, there's not really any like new hazards to worry about or anything to mention. There's 5 more levels, including this one, so that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, that speed boost there gives us the same speed every time, even if we have no speed going into it. So that's actually something that doesn't compound on our movement. So I'm still able to do the same thing I would have done if I had speed there. So that was 6-6. I'm not going to mention the numbers of this next level for your sake, but I do want to mention one more runner who's just been such a big contribution to speedrunning in this game, and that is Booster, who they haven't found any major routes in this game, but I want to mention him on this level because the route I'm doing is actually not the fastest. The fastest route was found by that player booster, and he's a very good IL runner of the game, and he's definitely up there with like snowboarders, one of the best. A lot of his contributions are very small, but they definitely add up. Lots of movement and tweaks and stuff with these levels, so definitely wanted to mention him. We have a very kind of tight-knit speedrunning community at the moment, so I give everyone their credit here.
I feel like that
3 more levels to go.
Happens a lot with marble rollers, where the communities get rather tight-knit.
Yeah, I feel like it's just not many people have heard about this game, but it's just like, it's so amazing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this one in particular is definitely relatively unknown, but is very cool.
Had to do that without much speed at all. These construction levels, this one has a lot of oil. There's actually an intended skip here where you can pick up a jetpack, and of course, if you're watching, you know exactly what we're gonna do with this. And we're just gonna jump over everything, because I don't want to deal with it. And also it's kind of fast too. You might notice I'm actually jumping here, and I did mention it's not the fastest way to build up speed, but when you have a lot of speed and you can kind of see your speed and gauge it using those effects we were talking about on the marble at high speeds, you can actually retain more speed by holding jump. But we don't use that too much aside from that particular scenario.
Oh, that makes sense, because you don't have friction in the air.
Mm-hmm. But we can build more spin on the ground. That's why it's better to roll if you have no speed and you're trying to build up speed. Every game has its own spin mechanics in this genre. Here's the final level, and the time will end when we touch the goal in a bit over a minute if we're able to get everything. I'm gonna go for a few cuts here. There's no major skips in RTA. Here I'm gonna try to land directly on the middle of this pad. It's not easy to do, but that was perfect. If you go a little too far or don't go far enough, you'll fall and you'll just have to redo the start. Here, we're hoping to not get a bounce when we land, which is purely random. That looks good. Close. You're gonna see we're making use of the parachute here to just cut out that entire section because we can come to a complete stop. It's gonna be one more 360 here. A large turn that this game has many of, that we don't want to slow all the way down, but we want to slow down to a particular speed. And that can be a tight jump. Yeah, I barely made that. So here's kind of the final section here. Normally you'd roll on gravity for about 15 seconds and it'd be kind of slow, but I'm just going to try to fall into it. And if time would end when I touch the goal, but I might miss. So let's see. That looks good. Timing. That's Marble Abduction. Such a cinematic finish on that level.
Nicely done, GG.
Thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this run. I hope I was able to make it look interesting to those of you who play marble games. If you are interested in the game, I will say this game has a free demo on Steam, so you can basically try it out, and if you think that you like it, maybe play the rest of the game, but it's also available on Switch too if you're a console gamer. But yeah, if you are looking for help or guidance in speedrunning or just casually playing the game, you can check out the Discord, which is on the Steam store page and in the demo itself. And there's plenty of people, including me, who are happy to help people learn more about the game. But yeah, not too much to say.
Shout out to games that have, especially marble rollers, that have free demos on Steam. I have seen so many marble rollers, or so many people get interested in specific marble roller games because of their free demo on Steam. Like, I feel like in this genre in particular, you see it more often than others, and it does so much for these games. Myself included, I have bought games because I have tried the demo on a whim and liked it so much. So,
yeah, and especially this game that's just so unique. Like, I can't really compare this to any other marble game. It's just really like,
no, not really.
There's no way you'd look at this and be like, you'd like enjoy it unless you like actually tried it out and you're like, oh, this looks fun, or maybe this doesn't feel like the way I like it or something. But it's nice to be able to actually try it out without having to cough up a bunch of money.
Yeah.
The devs are really cool, so
There are, I mean, I made, like an offhand comparison to Monkey Ball, but that was mostly as a joke. Like the mechanics in this definitely are unique, and I think it's the most unique game that we've had on so far this weekend.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for showing this off.
Plenty more to look forward to, too.
And we will see you back here tomorrow for Marble It Up Ultra. Those of you watching, we will see you right here in just a few minutes for Teddy Roller 1 as our silly block of sorts continues. But before we go and get set up for that, I want to really quick thank everyone who is supporting the Games Done Quick channel with your subscriptions, gift subs, and bits cheered. Your contributions help keep our shows running. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to chat during our replays. But of course, you can also always support the stream simply by sharing the Games Done Quick channel with your friends. Before we go set up for our next run, do you have anything else to say, M2K?
I mean, thanks for hosting Marble Marathon again. I was so happy to see this come back from last year and to see all the games.
Thanks for being on. Yeah, it's been an absolute blast so far. All right,
Appreciate
we
it.
are going to set up for Teddy Roller, and we'll be right back with that in just a few minutes. Hello again, everyone. Thank you for sticking around through the break. I am Helix. You are watching a Marble Marathon on GDQ Hotfix. Basically, they gave me a weekend, and I just filled it with marble rollers, because what else would I be doing? We are in the middle of our silly block right now, and I feel like the best way I can introduce this next run, Teddy Roller 1, is just to show it to you. I don't even know what else to say. So, Orca Live, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So yes, I am Orca Live. I will be running Teddy Roller. So funny thing about this game is not many of you will know about it, but this is because I'm part of a club that's called the Bad Runs Club, and so each month we pick a game that nobody speedran before. This was one of those games, and I had a blast with it, so I figured may as well submit, and here we are. So, with that out of the way, are we ready to begin?
Absolutely. Whenever you are ready, just give us a countdown.
All right, we will start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this run's a little bit unique because you actually start in the hub rather than like going to any particular level. Oh,
what?
That I have never seen that before.
Already?
What?
We already have it. That's never happened before.
That has literally never happened before. I got KO'd by literally nothing. Wow.
All right.
So that explains the game really well, I think. There is lots of jank. The collision is often not what it seems to be. So things can bounce you in which ways. Nothing makes sense. And the art style, it's so unique. It's a terrific game overall. But yeah, we start in the hub world. We took a shortcut halfway through World 5. So we have to finish World 5. We'll get to World 6, and then finishing World 6 will end the run.
Chat has already noticed this. I'm pretty sure this rolling sound effect is just lifted from Super Monkey Ball.
I would not be surprised. That would check out. Okay, this is actually one of the hardest parts of the run right here. It's just a super inconsistent jump. So hopefully we can get it first try. There we go.
Oh, yeah, that landing looks very precise, very difficult.
The landing is precise, and particularly the launch, because sometimes you can hit the mask and it does not work well. This is where the shortcut would have taken us. So this game actually got an update recently. So we are playing on the updated version of the game. It added like a whole new world, which is why it goes to World 6, and there's no actual shortcut to World 6 because again it was a part of the DLC supposedly, I guess. This is one of the hardest levels mechanically. So most of the levels are pretty straightforward. There's just a bunch of jank that kind of makes them difficult. This one is pretty fair. Sometimes that bounce can screw you over, like it almost did there, but it's fairly fair compared to most other levels. Unfortunately, I do not have my splits, but all of the split names I have for the levels just are very apt descriptions of the level. Like this one I call Bacon Masks because, as we can see, it is indeed Bacon Masks. And now this level, oh boy, let me tell you this level. It is the most excruciating level in like the entire event that we did because the cycles don't line up. The collision for these avocado looking things are just abysmal. You can bounce everywhere. Oh my goodness. But hopefully we can get it within a first couple tries here. Okay, this looks... Oh, that was looking promising until the bounce, I'm telling you. If everything was consistent, it wouldn't be a real roller game, though, would it? There we go. This is the last level of World 5. Making decent pace. It's pretty straightforward until like 1 or 2 levels that'll give some difficulty, but...
How difficult is this actually? Because this like looks like a pretty thin rail for how big this ball is, but I have no way of actually knowing.
So it is... The movement itself is kind of clunky, which is like what makes it difficult. So that rail isn't actually that small per se, but it's just that the movement is so like stiff that it hinders you to make small adjustments, which is actually crazy because in the update, they actually made the movement a lot easier. So during our actual competition, oh my goodness, you could not steer the ball for the life of you. So the game has been made substantially easier, but is not a cakewalk to say the least.
That's fascinating, actually.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that the dev actually like took note. I was like, okay, the movement is kind of like way too hard. I'll make it a little bit easier. So there is actually a second game coming out as well, and you can bet I will be running that game when it drops. Oh.
Ooh, perhaps we will see that in a future Marble Marathon.
That would be hype. That would be hype. So you saw I did a little actual platforming section. That was the marking of World 6. So we are currently in the final world now. We just have to finish off these couple levels. There's probably like 10-ish levels per world. That's just like a rough estimate. I'm guessing it like varies a lot more than that. But when they added the World 6, what they actually did is they took like the back half of World 5 and slapped it on the end of World 6. So like some of these levels I was like very accustomed to still, but these first couple are completely new. This level is one of the hardest levels in the update, just because the spinners and the elephants just do not align together very well. I like purposely look at the tips of the cogs, and then hopefully... Oh man, I almost got that. Let's go for that skip one more time.
There's the one obstacle that makes noise that you mentioned when we were in the waiting room.
Yeah, that is the single. Oh, please. Oh, okay. We'll not do the skip because it's again really random. And anyways, then we can listen to these guys bounce, even though they do not bounce at all. It's very peculiar that these are the only things that make sounds, because there's other obstacles that move, but none of them make sounds. All right. Like these guys. I would expect these guys to make sounds, but alas. fairly straightforward level. Nothing too crazy. We're about to get to the hardest level of the game, though. I guess not the hardest level, but the longest level by far. It's in like 2 or 3 levels.
Chat saying the silence is terrifying. There is something a bit uncanny about the silence combined with these graphics.
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm not sure if I like it or not, but the next game, they actually have music. So it'll be an upgrade to watch, but the eeriness will be stripped away. So. All right. Usually this level gives me a little bit of difficulty because if you like walk off of those, it's just so over. And now this is the ultimate level. This level is by far the longest one in the game. However, there is a skip like that one that you can just get straight to the end, like beginning to the end. But the funny thing is did you see those balls that were at the start of the level, kind of like on the edge?
Yeah, I'm following.
Those weren't there in the original patch of the game.
Oh.
The dev put them there in order to try to patch the skip to go straight to the end. You can still do it. It just makes it extremely more difficult.
I've seen that in other Marble Rollers before where the devs try to patch a skip and it doesn't work.
Yeah, some of my friends were talking, were like, oh yeah, by next time they're just going to put a massive wall to make sure you can't do the skip anymore. But oh no, that's major time loss. That was right at the end there. That is rather tragic, but
I'll take a moment and shout out the Games Done Quick at Discord. If you're looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, a great way to do that is to join the GDQ Discord, and especially if you like Hotfix, which I would hope you do if you're here, add the Hotfix role. That's a great way to just stay up to date with everything that's going on with Hotfix, and there's a heck of a lot, lots of cool stuff happening on Hotfix. I may be biased, however, you should keep in touch because there's always some really fun stuff. Of course, in that Discord, you can also chat with staff and stay in the loop on other upcoming events as well. Use the ! Discord in our Twitch chat for an invite and more information.
all right, we have made it back. Little bit of a time sink, but that's all right. We'll take it a little bit more cautious this time. And so yeah, that skip would literally pop you right here. And then you just go to the end.
Oh, what happened to the lighting?
Oh yeah, there's like one night level in like 2 worlds. So everything just goes dark. This is the second last level. It's kind of like a free lap. But the next level is like definitely the victory lap because it literally says you win. So technically you could stop time there, but there is an exit to actually finish the level. Here we are.
The more I look at this, the more like entranced I get. Just something about it.
It's almost hypnotic. It's such a unique art style. It's so fun. Such a funny game. I love it. And that's time there. So thank you. It was lovely being here. Glad I got to show off this perfection of a game, may I say.
Thank you for submitting this. This was great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. Any shout outs? Where can people find you?
I am Orca Live on YouTube. That's Orca with a 0. I post lots of my discoveries and findings there, and sometimes I post bad runs. Shout out Bad Run Club. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found out this game. It's a cool club. Love to be there. Yeah. And also, thank you for having me. It was super fun.
Thank you so much for being here. I don't know whether to apologize or say you're welcome to our viewers for subjecting them to this.
You could say both.
Yes,
Why not
perhaps both. And there's more where that came from, because coming up next is C.B.T. It stands for Crazy Ball Time, I promise. And that is just also completely absurd and also has ridiculous movement for absolutely no reason. I promise you want to see this. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with Crazy Ball Time run by Ice Swim Fly in just a few minutes. Hello again, everyone. You are watching a Marvel Marathon on GDQ Hotfix. I am Helix. We're in our silly block, and I'm about to show you what I would consider the finale of our silly block, and it's that for a reason. Coming up next is a game titled C.B.T. It stands for Crazy Ball Time, okay? And I think, like Teddy Roller, I'm not sure how to describe this one, except for the fact that not only is it silly, but the movement is actually ridiculous. So let's just get into it. Swimfly, what the heck is going on here?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to C.B.T. I'm so glad you could join me for C.B.T. today. This game is really silly. It has a total of 6 worlds that we're going to be going through. You'll see Chess World first, which doesn't really have much going on, but then every world after that has its own unique gimmick, and they all come together for Planet Baller. With all that in mind, I'm ready to just kind of get into the run, but really quickly I'm joined by my friend Deadline, who is also a C.B.T. enthusiast.
Hi, yes, I'm Deadline. I'm also a C.B.T. enthusiast. Usually a monkey ball speedrunner, but love this game. Trust me when I say that you are not going to want to miss this run, especially if you're a Marble Blast fan, honestly, because very Marble Blast-esque game we got here.
I really can't emphasize enough that yes, this is silly, but it is genuinely a sick speedrun.
Yeah, that's really the best way you can put it. All right, so then with that in mind, I'm just going to kind of get into this. Time will start on go. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so really quickly, just getting into the controls of this game, you have W, A, S, and D to control the ball. There is no controller support. You use the mouse to control the camera, and you can jump. And that is pretty much the extent of the controls. You do get access to power-ups, which you can activate by pressing left click, and I believe a couple other buttons. But we're just going to kind of get into this absolute crazy game that is C.B.T. So here is power-ups. We're actually going to not use this power-up here. This game likes to carry things over between levels. 2 main things are the camera, so whichever direction your camera is facing will get carried over between levels, as well as any power-ups that you had from previous levels. So we're going to save this until level 8, and then we're going to use the power-up that is shown by that blue outline around my character, around the ape. Right now I'm doing a gem collection level, which just collect every gem, and then that opens up the goal. You can also respawn from the menu, which will save your level progress even through reloads. I'm going to try this really quickly to just kind of get, there we go, enough? Yes, perfect. There's a little glass barrier there that's really hard to see at certain angles, but you can just kind of skip over it if you get the right hit. So, like Helix said at the start of this movement is crazy. This is another gem collection level where there isn't really much going on, and then we're going to get to use the spring power-up, which is one of, I believe, 3, maybe 4, I think it's 3 power-ups in this game. So the spring just kind of gives you a double jump. It's heavily influenced by how much upward momentum you have when you use it. So if you're using it on your way down, you're basically just going to get a little stutter midair, but if you use it on the way up, like while you're jumping, you get a much higher jump than you would normally get. Here is the rocket power-up, which just gives you a speed boost. I'm going to save 1 as we enter World 2, or the last level of World 1. So I can jump, shoot myself forward with the rocket boost, and then compound it into this other rocket boost and go in the goal.
Nice. That was a clean World 1.
That was a very clean World 1. So now we're into Brazil, which is probably my favorite world. It has these kind of like swirly floors, which are bounce pads, which also go higher if you jump into them as you're going up. We also get introduced to the helicopter power-up, which just kind of reduces gravity. It doesn't exactly get rid of it, but just kind of reduces it so you can just kind of fly around a lot of the level design, and we're going to be using that a lot going forward. Another quick gem collection stage here. So Helix, if you have anything you want to say, now's probably a good time because there's going to be a couple resets in here.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, for those of you who might just be joining us, the whole marathon has not been silly games. I will start with that. There's been Marble It Up, there's been some Monkey Ball, there have been some really funny games as well. And if you missed any of it, then you can find the VODs in a few days on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick, along with all of the rest of the Hotfix events, the GDQ marathons, things like Fatales, Back to Black, all of that is on our YouTube channel. And for those of you watching this on YouTube, thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all of the speedrun and speedrun adjacent content.
So I've just kind of been doing like really clean movement for most of this up until this point. There really isn't much that's going on beyond just really clean movement and knowledge of the maps. However, this is one of the most important skips here in World 2. And I kind of missed it, but I should be able to just back it up by just jumping at the wall with the helicopter.
Oh my gosh.
Nope, okay.
No!
Alright, that's unfortunate. What I was trying to do was hit the helicopter into one of the bouncy balls, which would just send me into the stratosphere. Unfortunately, it's not super consistent, so if you mess it up, you kind of have to play this level intended. One thing about this game and its animations is that they just kind of loop, and they're not consistent, so objects will just spawn in front of you, so you have to be very careful on stages with animated objects. We're going to see that coming up on literally the next stage, where there's a lot of moving objects that just kind of spawn in out of nowhere, and getting off cycle is really unfortunate. So I'm going to try to do my best to just clear that in one shot and not have to worry about that. So this level here, there's a lot of objects that just kind of spawn in. So I'm just going to try and be consistent. Jump into that half log there. Jump up. Quite safe at the end there.
Nice recovery.
Thank you. And some of the time, the leftover objects just spawn on the next stage. Don't ask. It just happens.
Yeah, this, the Marvel World is special. It happens in every game.
Yep. So serpents here, you're supposed to just kind of like wrap around the two of them, but thankfully the two gems we have to collect are just kind of on top of each other, so I can just kind of fall straight down into them. And then we get to the final stage, Temple, which is another gem collector. Kind of a precise one here, because there's a lot of thin platforms here with bouncers that I have to make sure I jump on to get enough height to get up here, do the wire movement, and we're out. And that is Brazil.
That was clean.
And that is Brazil. Thank you.
Now we're into Baller City, probably one of my favorite worlds. I missed the skip. There we go. Do a half skip. There we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is one of my favorite worlds. I think this is just my favorite world in the game. Period.
It might be mine too, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So this is skee ball. Normally you're supposed to like go into each hole and then like kind of wrap back around, but thankfully if you play it right, if you just spam jump and kind of like swirly yourself inside of these holes there, you can just kind of stay on top the whole time and then just go in the goal, as opposed to having to restart or go down below. This is another one where the cycles are kind of important, so really hoping I can just play this well. Okay. Not exactly, but it's fine. It's nice if I can save a rocket power up here, but it's not required. But as you can see, I'm off cycle and just kind of suffering for it, because things just kind of spawn in front of you, and the animation on this stage is not the kindest to whoever plays it. There we go. Okay. It should be nice. And now I'm going to save this rocket here for this level right here. I'm going to shoot over here. Restart. Oh, that's the wrong one. All right. A little bit of time loss. It's fine.
Oh, no.
It's not the end of the world. It's...
That happened early on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, those buttons are right next to each other, and there is no confirmation. So we'll really quickly get back to where we were. Maybe I'll actually get the nice cycles on that stage this time.
I bet you will.
Come on, skee ball, be nice to me. Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah, they give you a rocket for the stage, and you really don't need it.
Yeah, I'd like to think that they knew about the whole like power up carryover into the levels, so they might have just like thrown in a few freebies.
Yeah, so you can see this is a much nicer cycle on Roland.
Oh yeah. Wow, that was much better.
Way cleaner. All right, this time I'm going to be careful. Press W once and not go to menu. Thankfully, that's really like one of, I think there's only one more time where I do that in this world, so that shouldn't happen again. There's one world where I really don't want that to happen, but I also don't think we respawn more than like once in that world. That being World 5. World 5 is notoriously one of the hardest and, in my opinion, just not great worlds. That's Pachinko, by the way.
I love that.
You can just kind of like use the spring to skip around the entire thing.
I wish I had known that when I was playing this.
All right, so a couple crystals on this level. They kind of want you to tackle this one by one, but I'm just gonna jump over here, and then while I'm above, just kind of drop down on top of that crystal. Grab the one that's in like the motorcycle motorcycle circle over there, or sphere. All right, now we save the rocket so we can just get immediately on top of the bouncy castle. Don't go too far, thank you. A close one. All right, now we just have a bunch of gems to collect here. That respawn mechanic is really like important a lot of the time. Of like respawning once you get all the gems to get to the start faster, because like here, I'm gonna be at the back of the bouncy castle, but I can just respawn, jump, and I'm in. Roulette, another quick one, not too much going on here. The next stage is a really cool one if I can get a skip going on it. It's not always the most consistent, but it's really cool.
I love that chat is just basically answering what C.B.T stands for, wrong answers only. It's a good
That
bit,
is
thank you, chat.
always the good bit, thank you.
Cornbread tenderization, contemporary barn topography. This is a good one.
All right, let's see. Can I get a good skip here? Yes.
This stage is so sick.
Very nice. Get a jump. Good enough. Okay.
Ooh, nicely done.
Wow.
Thank you. All right, and now we got pinball. This stage is like secretly evil, but it's fine. This is one of the harder ones in my opinion of this world. At least to do quickly. Because getting that gem that I just grabbed up there is really annoying sometimes because it's slightly off the wall. Let's save that there.
Nice save.
Okay, now we're in New York. New York has the gimmick of really fast and slippery floors with these yellow, like checkerboardy looking things. So this is a really fun world in my opinion. It's one of the better ones. So I'm just gonna kind of do a bunch of really quick crystal movement. Felix, if you have any more messages, feel free.
All right, let me lock in long enough to actually read something. I want to give another reminder actually about GDQ 2026 that is sneaking up on us perhaps sooner than you think. That's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, January 4th through 10th. It's in like a month and a half. Registration is open right now, so be sure to register if you want to experience the event in person. I'll be there, so, you know, come say hi to me. I don't know, come watch me play Mario Kart or something. But of course, you can visit gdq.gg for more info. The games list was released somewhat recently, and the full schedule is, I believe, releasing on Monday. So go check out what the games. Tell me what you're looking forward to most in chat.
This is another important power-up carryover that we're going to do here. There's a level after this one called Uptown, which has a really important skip that the developer tried to patch out in the latest update. I should mention I'm playing on an older patch for this game. When I really initially discovered this game, it was because of Teddy Raz's run in GDQ, what was it, 2023, 24? I think it was 23. 23 or 22, it was older.
Yeah.
And while Teddy Raz was practicing and in between the time that they got it into GDQ and the actual run, the developer patched the game and made a bunch of stages just more annoying and longer, in my opinion. So I prefer running on this version as a result. Yes, C.B.T has patches. Uh-oh, that's a little bit of a far throw. Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, on the bright side, I don't have to collect all the gems again because, again, my respawn progress just carries over, so I can just kind of throw myself down here. This is also another one of the most important carryovers. New York probably has the most of those. I'm going to use this helicopter, grab the rocket and jump, and just skip this entire stage. But remember to slow down the way I go in. There we go. Very nice. That one you only get one attempt at, and it is very tricky. I'm going to attempt a really cool skip here. There we go. Just skip the majority of that one.
Wow.
I love that skip. I found that one on my own, just like, I wonder if I can clip high enough to get in the, or get up to the goal there.
Yeah, and I love the interplay between having the power-ups carry over into the levels.
Yeah, there's a lot of that you can really kind of get replay value out of this game for. This is one that's just kind of minor, but, you know, gives me a boost over. And then there's a whole bunch of level here that we're just going to ignore with the spring.
Yippee!
And that's New York. So now we go to Bumper Clap Prime, which, if you remember that I said World 5 is the most annoying, it's this one. These floors are like almost gravity floors, but not really. They're kind of just like high friction floors that you stick to rather than really like, I don't know, changing gravity or holding you down. And I don't think they play particularly well, so it's just my least favorite gimmick. Thankfully, it's only in this world and in like 1 or 2 levels of World 6, which has no unique gimmicks, but is kind of like a Champions Road type deal where you just play every single, like all the gimmicks are kind of in one singular world. Uh-oh. Can I save it? No. Okay.
Oh no.
And I can do the alternative of just throw myself down. And just
the static
ignore
floors
it.
in this world, they have a tendency to detach the character at times in some instances. It's especially prevalent on the first level. That's where I ran into it the most on my playthrough.
Yep. So sometimes it's beneficial, so like I can try and wrap into the ceiling here, which it did not want to give me. Or alternatively, I can use it to kind of launch myself and skip a large majority of the platforming it wants me to do here. And then we get to some of the more irritating level designs that I'm just not a big fan of. Okay. The cannon level, the cannons are honestly not very functional. So instead, I'm just gonna wait for a good cycle and then just kind of launch myself at it. Hopefully just kind of launch across the entire thing if I get it right. However, this is a very finicky level, so a lot that kind of goes into this one. Yeah, that's not a good cycle. Okay. That should be a better cycle, maybe. Come on, get me up there. Thank you. It's more consistent.
That wall bounce is really good.
More consistent to jump on top of the cannons and shoot yourself than it is to shoot yourself within the cannon, because you'll hit off something and just get a really unlucky bounce. This is probably my least favorite level in the entire game. In concept, it's cool because it's got a bunch of these rings that you can kind of wrap yourself around. But in reality, you just kind of lose control very easily, and it just leads to a lot of not very fun platforming, in my opinion. So we're going to be here for a little bit. Again, Felix, any announcements, feel free.
This game is so silly.
It is.
I want to once again thank everyone who has been supporting the channel with your subscriptions, gift subs, bits cheered, all of that. Your contributions help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing. You get exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to chat during replays. But of course, simply sharing the stream with your friends is a great way to support as well. I did not know you could just get up walls like that. Okay.
Yeah, wall jumping is encouraged a lot of the time. There's a level in World 6. I went the wrong side here. Why did I do this to myself? Yeah, alright, we'll do it the right way. There we go. See, like, it just lines up perfectly. This is another one of the more annoying levels. There's a really cool strat that's just horribly inconsistent. Oh, almost.
Oh.
So you can see what I'm going for, of just like wrapping around, mashing jump, and trying to throw myself up there. This is also another case where I'm being very careful not to press menu, because I really don't want to have to play this world again. And honestly, if I do by some unfortunate accident, oh, that wasn't enough. I didn't think it was. I will probably just advance to the final world. Because playing all this again is just not very fun. This is probably one of the more reset-heavy worlds just because it has a lot of inconsistent strats. While I was RTA running this, come on. Thank you. I don't like this.
That level's like a prime example of the static floors being very finicky with regards to like when you detach.
Yep. This one's a cool level where I do kind of like the static floors because you can kind of use them to just climb up here, detach, grab the crystal, jump down, bounce off the goal while you still can't enter it because it has 1 out of 2. And then we get the second crystal by going up and just again kind of skydiving our way down, ignoring all the floors. Now we get to one of the more interesting collection levels in space, where it's just kind of a bunch of power-ups scattered around. And you have to collect 5 different crystals. Generally, my approach is to just take it from the top down. Try and bounce up here. We're gonna hold this helicopter for the next level. This stage is going through so many different iterations of a strat because every time I'm like, oh, that might be a better way to get the crystal. Or, oh, I bounced it this way, so I have to get it this way. But now we're gonna use...
it seems really open-ended.
We're gonna use the helicopter here and just kind of skip a majority of this stage. One thing that I have not mentioned yet, because it has not happened, is you can just kind of clip through the final goal if you're going too quickly or too close to the edge. I'm gonna pull back here. Uh-oh, overshot. Oh, never mind, it gave it to me, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, the goals when you scale them in this game don't always work well, so that time it worked out in my favor. I blatantly missed and it just gave it to me.
I don't think I've ever seen that on that stage.
No, it happens, don't worry.
Wow.
Not my first time seeing it, but it's always a delight to see it. So, like I said before, this is the final world, Planet Baller, which just kind of has a little bit of everything. I guess it does introduce these kind of like death circles, where if you touch them as advertised, you die. So you just kind of have to play around them carefully. This is a level that in the patch got a lot of crystals, and you can't just do that anymore. But I like doing that, so again, I like playing on this one, or I like playing on this patch. This stage is a really cool one. This is a wire movement stage, really like one of the only few that are in here. We saw one in the last World of Circuit, but with the jumps, you can just kind of skip a lot of it. That was a little scary. Very nice, okay. Love that
is way harder than it looks, by the way.
Yeah, that stage is really annoying and really tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, did not get a high bounce here. Have to be careful. There we go. Launch myself all the way in.
Beautiful.
There's a couple stages here that are really important cycle-wise. Not this one, but I believe it's the next one. Oop, I got it.
Does that have a really cool strat, though?
I have to wait. Yep. So this game has a weird bug. I believe it got fixed in the last patch because there were quality of life changes in addition to all the stage changes. But if you go too far into the death plane where like you normally fall out, the game will just respawn you even if you press respawn. So it'll like double respawn you. This is the stage I was talking about where cycles are really important. So I'm just trying as best I can to do this all in one shot. Very nice. There we go. Yeah, that one's really cycle dependent, as you could probably tell, because when you respawn in this game, cycles do not restart. This is another one where you kind of need the cycles to line up pretty well. Because the longer you're on this stage, the more of these like hole in the wall things spawn behind you. I need that. I need the power up. Give it back. Thank you. Okay. So now we're gonna do a skip here where again, I have to be in the process of jumping to get enough height to get on top of here. And now I can just kind of slowly go to the end. All avoiding all the hole in the walls that would spawn. So
yeah,
now we're at...
if you wait too long, that level gets really cluttered really fast.
Yeah, you might actually see some of the hole in walls, that carryover bug that we were talking about, where some of the animations just play on the next stage. You might see that on the final level here, after Dreamy. Okay, so now we're on the final level. Time will be when I go through the objective. There it is! The random hole in the wall! It's in my way, and I can't do anything. All right, so now there's like, this is kind of like a final, every single gimmick is here in some form, except for the death planes. I'm gonna use the bounce pad here, that's fine.
We'll call back to Brazil here.
Yeah. I'm gonna attempt to just kind of grab these two in one shot, and then I can do that respawn to just kind of spawn right next to the goal. That should be it. And that's time. That is the world of C.B.T. The ball lives another day. This game is really silly. It is fun, and I don't want to make it sound like the new patch is completely like fun ruining, because they did add an air dash, which just makes the game faster. But like I said, it changes a couple of the strats on the stages, so overall I prefer to play on the one that I learned. But both are very fun and very entertaining. So this game is just a fever dream. It's super fun, and it's pretty cheap on Steam. So if you're in the mood for just an absolutely silly time, highly recommend picking it up and playing through it casually. It's fun.
It's an experience for sure.
Yep.
Any other shoutouts, things to say?
I mentioned it during the run, but shout out to Teddy Raz for turning all of us onto this game and showing it off at GDQ. You are the reason that we found this game, and it's been so much fun to play through and just mess with.
Absolutely.
Shoutouts to Deadline for being here on comms, but we will actually be back tomorrow playing Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania Bingo. A little more of a mainline monkey marble roller entry, and more of my comfort zone than this. This was a fun pickup, but Monkey Ball Banana Mania is probably the game that I know best, and you are not going to want to miss Bingo tomorrow. We did a run through last night. It was just like riding a bike. Like that game is so much fun, and going back to it every time is a treat. Bingo, I can't shill for Bingo enough. Bingo is just playing the game fast as well as playing it well. It is a high execution mode where some of the time you're asked to do trick shots, you're asked to complete stages with specific requirements, you're asked to do things that the speedrun doesn't normally do. So in addition to knowing speedrun strats and having to get to levels as fast as possible, it also just does like so much more beyond that in showing off just high execution and high game knowledge. So highly recommend checking that out tomorrow, as well as the rest of the marathon. That's it for me. Deadline, you got anything before tomorrow? Because we'll have another opportunity for shoutouts.
Any shoutouts I have, I'm probably going to save for tomorrow. If you like Monkey Ball, you're definitely not going to want to miss that run. But there's a ton of other really cool Marble Roller runs in between now and then. So definitely stick around and check those out.
Yeah, well said. Speaking of Monkey Ball, because people keep coming in underestimate, such as you, Swimfly, we're throwing in a bonus Monkey Ball run by myself later. So if you like Monkey Ball, stick around for that.
Yes.
People are gaming out of their brains. There's a whole lot of fast Marble Roller
really
gameplay
good at
happening.
C.B.T. What can I say?
Yeah.
Any opportunity.
Thank you both for being on. For closing out our silly block of sorts. Quaternion is up next, which is a mod of, I believe, Marble Blast Gold. People in chat were saying, correct me if I am wrong, but you will have gameplay that is similar to Marble Blast, at the very least, coming up next in this Marble Marathon. Thank you all for being here so far. This has been a lot of fun, and I'm excited to keep it going in just a few minutes after this quick break. Welcome back to GDQ Hotfix, more specifically Marble Marathon. I am Helix, and we are just exiting our silly block, which, if you missed, please go check out the VODs on youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick once they're up. That was an absolute riot. But with that said, we are now moving back into something more standard. Perhaps this is Quaternion, a mod of Marble Blast Gold, and Walgray is here to run this. How are you doing, Walgray?
Hi, I'm Walgray, and today I'll be speedrunning Quaternion. The category is all levels, no screenshot glitch. I'm here today with my friend Whirligig231, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I am Whirligig231. I actually developed this mod, and I am really excited that it's being shown off on Hotfix today. So, yeah, let's get started.
Yeah, so we'll talk a little bit more about this game and the speed run when we start the run here. Time starts when I click on Delete Save. So that's in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away here, you'll see this cube here. You can actually skip pushing the cube, but it's very inconsistent. So for a marathon, we just don't bother. And this level is called Backup Power Control. As you can see, it's very dark at the beginning. And what Walray is going to be doing in this level is hitting these treadmills, and that will power up the lights. Every treadmill, it's easier to just respawn from the checkpoint because it's faster than going back. And yeah, so just a little bit of quick info about this game. As mentioned, this is actually a mod of Marble Blast Gold. MBG came out in 2003, and this mod came out in 2017. And it's really just a showcase of what kind of stuff can be done with 14 extra years in between, you know, what we can sort of bend this engine into doing. So
after rolling on all 3 treadmills, this gear will pop out of the ground, and we need to turn it. After turning the gear, we'll gain the ability to jump. And then what we're supposed to do is jump up a staircase and go into a teleporter that takes us to the next level. But we can actually skip doing that by Alt F4ing the game and reopening it. And that just saves a little bit of time.
This level is called Security Checkpoint, and the intended route for this level involves searching it to find various codes, but the codes don't change. So, of course, if you know all of them, this is a really fast level. You just put in all the codes and then you're done. And you'll see something coming up here, which is that as soon as this cutscene starts, we go to the main menu or the pause menu and go back to the game's hub. That saves time because as soon as that final cutscene starts, the level essentially counts as completed in the game's code. So you can just go back to the hub and it will register that you beat the level, even if you didn't actually pick up the collectible at the end. Now we're headed to the first of sort of the main levels of the game. These are there are 4 levels that you have to complete in order to unlock the final level. And this first one here is called Orthoplex Temple. So
yeah, every level in this game introduces its own little power-up, and the level is designed around it. So why don't you explain what this one does?
This is Quantum Blast. It effectively acts as a second jump, but you can also activate gameplay mechanics with it. In particular, this level has bells you can ring using the blast that will open gates. So the first one of those is coming up right here. Ring that bell, it opens a gate. On this gate here, you're supposed to ring 2 bells to open, but it turns out that with the right amount of momentum, you can just go around it. So
nice.
And that's probably the biggest skip in this entire level, honestly. Most of this level is just doing the puzzles more or less as intended, but just quickly. Why don't you explain what this next puzzle is?
In this room, you're supposed to ring these bells, and they redirect a laser beam. And that activates an elevator. But we can actually hit the bells first to turn the laser, then turn on the laser, and then respawn to this checkpoint.
Respawn during the cutscene.
Yeah.
And then this next room here it's kind of a lights out puzzle. And there's not really anything to skip again. It's just do it as quickly as you can and optimize the heck out of the routing.
Then after
this,
after turning off all these walls, this force field will activate, and that will take us to the final section of the level.
So this is sort of like one of the closest things this game has to a boss fight. It's not really anything that's like an actual boss per se, but there are these these things that shoot out saw blades from the platters. You can see some of those saws at the left, and you're supposed to climb on top of each of these and turn it off. And ordinarily you do that by jumping on the saws themselves, but you can jump up the platters to do it faster. The one danger is that if a saw blade spawns in the wrong place, you will definitely get killed by it. So that's why we have to get that checkpoint as sort of a safety strat.
And after
And again, as soon as
you hit all the bells, you get to the levels. It counts as completed, and you get to return to the hub.
And we could see there one of the things that happens as a result of this game using such an old engine. It has a hard time sometimes keeping track of what's in which level. So that cutscene kept playing even though we had gone back to the hub.
Mm-hmm. So you have, when you enter the hub for the first time, you only have 2 levels that are unlocked from the start. So by beating Orthoplex Temple, we unlock another level. And on the way to this level, you see that we have these little pistons that shoot out of the ground.
Yep, and ordinarily, you can only get up sort of one level of gears with them, but as you can see, what Walgray was trying to do there is manipulate the momentum in order to get up higher.
Yeah.
And it turns out that you can actually use that to get out of bounds and skip to the final level. Because this is all levels, we're not going to be doing that, but in any percent, that is one of the routes. That is an unfortunate bounce.
That is so unlucky. I have never seen anything like that. But yeah, as Whirligig was saying, we call that skip piston skip, and it's pretty challenging because you have to time it right. But if you manage to pull it off.
There we go. Nice.
You save a lot of time.
All right, so this next level, because we're actually beating all of the levels for all levels, I do want to point out that beating the levels does not mean beating them like the normal way, and nowhere is that more on display than in Endless Forest. First off, let's talk about this power-up. This is called the Quantum Hook. It's just a little grappling hook that you can use to like pull yourself up and swing and such. But you see, if you look around this level, there are these 4 big machines surrounding sort of the central tower that you're intended to, get up close to and do some stuff with all of them. And that's all to make the central building rise up so that you can access the top of the level. The fun thing is that if you're good enough at using the hook, you can just swing right on up to the top and skip everything.
Yeah, we call this forest skip.
I actually discovered this myself, I think, shortly before the game was released, and have like an unlisted video on my YouTube showing off the shortcut that... let's just say my reaction of it was such that the title of that video I will not be mentioning in a PG stream. So.
Oh, whoa! I managed to get to the checkpoint.
Oh, nice save!
That
nice
was
save.
Really strange, but all right. But yeah, once you get to the checkpoint, you don't really have to worry about falling off anymore since you can just respawn.
As you can see, what we're trying to do now is hit all of these small blue platforms. It's a little hard to aim some of those. There are 8 of them, and once you've touched all of them, either by yourself or with the hook, that allows you to open the door to the final room.
I'm just going to jump on this checkpoint.
Yeah, get that checkpoint.
All right, one more to go.
One more. There it is.
And then we just respawn, and then that's the end of the level, and we skipped, lots of puzzles.
Yeah, so that was a very fast level, which... the next level we're going to do will not be very fast.
Yeah, this is going to be the longest level of the game with basically no skips.
Which is funny because on the way there's actually a potential skip. So you might notice that Walgray mentioned at the beginning, this is no screenshot glitch. Screenshot glitch is a bug in this engine where if you hit Control P, it takes a screenshot, and it also lags the game. And you can use those lag spikes to mess with physics. You see these platforms here are bobbing up and down a bit. If you use screenshot glitch in the right way, you can get them to like bump you out of bounds, and that is the fastest possible any percent run. The issue with that is that it is somewhat hardware dependent, so there's a category split for it.
And now we're in Islands of Collis. So basically, we're introduced to the Quantum Glue power-up, which gives us the ability to climb on walls. And the way this level works is that there are these 5 towers that, in each tower, there are 4 buckets that you have to jump into, which dispense glue. Once you hit all 4 buckets, the tower will rise. And then at the top of the tower, there is a laser that you have to guide and focus to the center tower. And once you have all 5 lasers on the center tower, the door to it opens. Unfortunately, there's no way to skip doing that. So we have to activate all the towers and play the level the long way.
One thing that definitely is very nerve-wracking about this level as well is, I don't know if you've noticed, but Walgray has not gotten any checkpoints, and that's for a very good reason. Whenever you touch a checkpoint in this level, it causes a long, unskippable cutscene to play. So for the speedrun, it's faster to not get any checkpoints, but of course that means that if she falls and hits that death plane at any point, there will be a relatively long trek to get back to where she was. So
yeah,
no pressure.
This game definitely has some tricky bits, but honestly, it's not like super difficult. It's more just really punishing if you, mess up. So hopefully we'll be fine here. But yeah, this level has, not really a lot going on. So why don't you tell all the lovely people watching what you've been up to?
Yeah, so this game, as I said, I released this mod in 2017, and ever since, I've kind of wanted to see what I could do if I were working, with the same gameplay concept, but in the Unity engine instead of just modding an existing game from 2003. And so in 2019, I started working on Filtration, the sequel to Quaternion, and that was 6 years ago, and the game is coming out next month. So I am very excited about that, obviously.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. A lot of fans of the original game are pretty hyped for it. Oh, go on.
If you want to, see Filtration, you can check it out by finding it on Steam. Filtration on Steam. There's actually a demo that you can try.
Yeah, right now I'm in the state where the game is pretty much done and I'm just polishing everything. And it's really funny looking back at the demo because that was released before I added more polish to those levels. So
also,
but it's all right,
I'm a beta tester for the game, and I can safely say that it is quite a magnificent game. It has so much more content. I tried doing an any percent run actually, and it has the run took me 2 hours. So it's a very long game.
Finicky, that laser there.
Hopefully we oh no, I got a really bad bounce.
Oh!
Yeah, sometimes the collision in this game is really weird, and you can just bounce in an unpredictable way. And unfortunately, that was enough to send me into the water.
Yeah, if you've ever tried to develop a ball platformer, you've probably run into this at some point. It is a fairly ubiquitous issue with physics libraries.
Yeah, which, I think it's kind of funny because you'd think it wouldn't be that difficult. But yeah, this is just one of those things that happens every once in a while.
The good news is that because these 5 towers are in a loop, if you have to respawn once, it's not as big of a deal because you can just go the other way around the loop. Still unlucky, still a time loss, but you know, it's not so bad.
And best of all, it's not my fault.
And it means I get to spend more time plugging filtration.
Yeah. Why don't
Yeah,
you?
go ahead, wishlist filtration on Steam if you're curious. You know, you don't have to, but I'd appreciate it.
And on that note, if you want to try out this game, you can find it at whirligig231.com. So we only have...
I should mention as well, there is also a remake of Quaternion in development. It's not being developed very actively at the moment because obviously right now the focus is on filtration, but once filtration is out, yeah, that's going to get made, and hopefully we'll have less random bouncing in the wrong direction.
I hope.
Oh no, I'm looking over at Twitch chat and we just have people saying it bounces over and over.
Oh my goodness, it bounces.
It bounces.
I get that.
That should be like the motto of ball platformers. Like, can someone translate "it bounces" into Latin?
All right, one more tower, and then it's the final section of the level.
This is the last one? Yeah, this is the last one. All right, excellent. I like those spikes.
Yeah,
it's like...
All right. The door is open. This final section has a lot of puzzles. Well, okay, maybe not that many puzzles, but enough.
Enough. Yeah, the puzzles in this central tower, a lot of them are based on sort of the classic, oh, you have like a 3-liter jug and a 5-liter jug, and you have to measure out 4 liters. So, like most of the puzzles in this game, it's easiest to just sort of memorize the correct solution and then, or have it written down somewhere for the speedrun. So. So as you can see, this one's fairly straightforward to get. And
after solving the puzzle, we get some more glue, and then we can use that to open this door. And then we have to press some more buttons to open the door to the next puzzle.
Yeah, you might wonder, by the way, why it is that we have to get more glue. Like, you'll see in the next area, we have to get more glue from another puzzle. And the reason we have to do that, it's a little subtle, so you may not have noticed, but there are these sort of light blue, fuzzy-looking barriers in between parts of the map. And when you hit one of those, it gets rid of whatever quantum ability you had. So they're called, I believe, destabilizers in the code. And that one needs to go to the right. Yep, there we go. Sorry.
Yeah, I almost put in the wrong solution.
That would have been time loss, but we're all good. But yeah, here we've got another glue platforming section.
I appreciate how chill this is. It's a needed palate cleanser after all the silliness of the last few runs.
Oh yeah,
that's
imagine.
Good. You may have noticed, by the way, that one door, as soon as it starts animating, the collision to it is just gone because it's easier to do that than to animate the collision. So you can sort of just phase through it as soon as it starts moving. All right, I think we're coming up on the last puzzle in this level, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's different from the others because instead of filling buckets, we have to move some pipes around. And after solving the puzzle, we can open this big door. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to press another button, watch a cutscene, and then climb this spiral. But that takes too long. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to backtrack a little, grab some glue, and then climb up the wall. And then we reach the end of the level.
Yep. You'll see there's a moving platform here that's just, it does not know what to do about the route we just took. And that was Islands of Collis. One more main level in the game before the final, and it's one of my favorites, and I think it's one of your favorites too, right, Walgray? So
yeah, that's right. I really loved the level with its like mechanics and music, and speedrunning it is pretty fun too.
I see someone in chat saying the glue sounds like stirring mac and cheese. Fun fact, I think it was actually pumpkin guts. I'm pretty sure that was someone stirring pumpkin guts originally, and that's where that sound comes from.
Okay, we're about to enter the second last level, Tower of Winds.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to find this game on Google, especially since like Quaternions, it's literally named after a mathematical concept that's used in game development. But if you go to whirligig231.com, it's there.
So basically this level takes place in one giant tower with a big propeller in the center. And we have to power this propeller by solving these tile puzzles that are found throughout the map. So we're just going to take our time here, slow and steady.
There's a jump coming up that is really difficult. Anyone who's played this game will know that. So let's see how many tries it takes.
First.
1! Nice! Yeah, in the practice run, that jump took her like 6 tries.
I know. It's so inconsistent and ridiculously hard. But yeah, once we solve the puzzle, we can quick respawn and then the propeller will start moving. But unfortunately, we're not, no matter what, we're not fast enough to catch this propeller cycle in time. So we have to wait a bit. And then we can take this propeller around to these other doors where we have to solve more puzzles.
So this area has fans that can push and pull you, which are fun. You'll notice we also jump over that checkpoint because it's faster to skip it. And now that the, each of these tile puzzles makes this propeller faster, eventually it will stop being a moving platform and start being a fan, and we are quickly approaching that point.
Also, it's important for that last section to do it quickly, because if you do it too slow, you miss the propeller cycle.
And just in case anyone's interested, on whirligig231.com, next to where this game is, you can also download its soundtrack if that's something that interests you.
Yeah, I really love the soundtrack to this game. So there we go. The fan is spinning so fast it launches us up to our next power-up. This is the Quantum Copter. Mm-hmm. Basically, gives you the ability of flight, and you can use it. If you hold the mouse button, you gain height, and if you right-click, you slow your ascent. Okay. And we have to hit all those reins in order for the door to open.
Yeah, naturally, I came up with a flight ability, and the first thing I thought of to do with it, of course, was to make fly through all the rings puzzles. So I know in some games that can be kind of maligned as a mechanic. Hopefully nobody faults me too much for this. You are clearing these pretty easily, though.
I do have to skip the check. Oh, I got fake ring.
Oh, you got fake ring.
Yeah, sometimes you can fly through a ring, but it doesn't count.
Did you just get it again?
I think I just was
It was kind of
outside.
the edge of the hitbox, yeah. Yeah, the hitboxes for these do not always work properly, which is unfortunate. Definitely something to fix in the remake, for sure.
Now we're going to be doing gas skip.
So ordinarily, there's a puzzle that you're supposed to do to change the density of the gas in the central chamber. But if you do the right jump, the momentum from your copter ability combined with the rest of with the fan itself is enough to make it up to this top section.
Yeah.
And here there are some more rings to fly through, but because I was honestly kind of lazy, rather than design a full section for this, I just made it procedural. So the locations of these are RNG. Good luck.
Right.
The remake. Yeah, the Quaternion remake, I saw someone asking on Twitch. It is in Unity. It uses the same sort of code base that also gave us filtration, so that it's it's just easier to develop that way.
And then there's
there are two puzzles in here. I'm gonna stay a little quiet so you can focus on this. There we go. There are two puzzles there, but you only have to do one of them, which is good for speedrunning because it means if you mess up one, you have the other as a backup strat.
Mm-hmm. And with all of those levels done, we now unlock the final level of the game. So why don't you explain how that level works real quick?
Yes. So the final level of the game, it's called Quaternion, like the game itself, and it has smaller versions of the previous 4 levels. The way it works is that each one, once you complete it, you get this little thing called an orbital that gives you the ability to get that power up whenever you want. So the routing in this level is really based on trying to figure out the easiest, the best order to do this level in so that each of the powers can help you when the time comes for it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do the glue section first. Why don't you explain what the black and white pads in this level are?
Those are leap pads. When you touch one, you gain the ability to teleport from it to other leap pads that you have touched. So it's basically like a little bit of fast travel for this level, and we touch one right there because we're just going to use it a little bit later.
And then coming up, we're going to have a puzzle here where Walgray's going to have to essentially tune guitar strings by making moving the pitch up and down. So I'm going to be quiet for that so that she can focus. All right,
once you
good
hear
job.
that little sound that tells you that you beat the level and that you can now use that ability. So we're just going to teleport back to that leap pad we already touched. And we're going to be using the glue for the next section.
So this big tower up here, you'll notice, you're meant to use the copter ability to sort of fly up, and you sort of go inside and outside, weaving in and out, doing all this platforming. But of course, if you have the glue ability, you can kind of just skip all that by just, go as high as you can and then just roll up the wall the rest of the way. So you'll see that here. Easy peasy.
Mm-hmm. thankfully I didn't get. There's a glitch that happens in this level sometimes, very, very rare occasions, but I've lost runs to it, where you actually can't use any of the orbitals you unlock, so you end up just soft locked, or yeah, the run basically just dies.
And now that we have the copter orbital, we can just fly to the other parts of this level and don't really have to worry as much about the transportation. Aligning these wires takes a while, so I'm going to be quiet.
Perfect.
Good job.
Then we have to play a tune. Basically, there's also a button that plays the melody, and you have to copy that melody down, or you can just memorize the solution. But we're just going to fly to the last section of this level, and basically these work just like Islands of Collis. Oh, whoops! There we go.
Yeah, so you just got to get these aligned. You'll notice as well that we didn't pick up the orbital after the last one because there's just no reason to. Like, when you have copter and glue, you don't really need the blast at that point.
Yeah. And then after we finish it, we get all the remaining orbitals, including the leap orbital. And once we get the leap orbital, we actually unlock a leap pad that takes us to the final section.
And inside this tower, there's a lot of really cool platforming challenges that we are going to skip entirely because you can just fly up the outside.
Yeah.
Tragic.
So there is going to be a button at the top, and when I press the button, that is time.
Big blue button.
Yep.
And
the
coming
run
up very
is
soon
coming.
here.
And time.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so
GG.
Thank you. That was Quaternion all levels, no screenshot glitch. Yeah, that was. I mean, Quaternion's just like a really fun game. I really love it, and I had a lot of fun like learning the speedrun, and of course, I really enjoyed showcasing it for all of you today. So I just want to give a quick special thanks to Whirligig231 for both developing this game and joining me for commentary. That's awesome. And just quick special shout outs to Alyssa, Lily, Neve, JJ, E-Guy. You are all so awesome. And if you want to check out the speedrunning leaderboard for this game, you can find it at speedrun.com/Quaternion. You can find the game itself on Whirligig231. And be sure to check out Filtration on Steam.
Absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, I think that's it for me. Thank you for having me here, and have a great rest of your day, everyone.
Hey, thank you so much for being on. That was excellent. It was also, I appreciated just how chill that was. I said it earlier, but it was a nice change of pace from the ridiculousness that happened before this.
Thank you.
Yeah, glad you could be a part of this. Stay tuned. Right here, there is more Marble Rollers coming up very soon. We actually slotted in a Super Monkey Ball 1 run from yours truly, because you all running in this event have been gaming so hard, and everyone has been going underestimate a whole bunch, so we are ahead of schedule like 30 minutes, so I'm gonna fix that by playing more video games. So you all have gone so fast that we've unlocked a bonus run, I guess is what I'm saying, which I didn't even know was like a possibility. I did not plan for this. So
good luck.
Thank you. Hopefully I don't need it, but we'll see. Yes. Anyway, stay tuned, because we will be right back in just a few minutes with a very rusty Super Monkey Ball run. We'll see how it goes. Hello, welcome back to Marble Marathon on GDQ Hotfix. Sorry, my mic decided to move around on me. I'm Neelix. So basically what happened here, you might notice this game was not on the schedule. Our runners have been playing so ridiculously fast that they've been, like, all of them have been significantly underestimate, and we're now like 30 minutes ahead. So I endured a bunch of setup difficulties because my capture card did not want to work with me, and just completely swapped console, and now I have Monkey Ball 1. If you don't know me, if you're not familiar, I have run Monkey Ball 1 for GDQ a couple times, like at mainline events, and even though I haven't played it in a few months, I like to think I still got it. So we're gonna put that to the test here. With all difficulties, no extras, warpless. That is all 3 of these stages. No extra stages though, and no warp goals. Starting on go, 3, 2, 1, go. I am playing as Baby, I'll talk about that a bit later, but it's been a while since we had our first couple of Monkey Ball runs of the event, so let's really briefly go over the basic movement mechanics. Same thing applies here as applied in Super Monkey Ball 2, where diagonals are the strongest input because they're furthest away from the center. So you're going to see me use diagonals a lot to accelerate. Let's see. There are no extra stages, as I mentioned. That's because if I lose a life in beginner or advanced, or if I use a continue in expert, I am banned from the extra stages. For life. No, not for life, but for the run. And that would make this incredibly marathon unsafe, and especially because I am probably kind of rusty. I don't want to do that, so we're gonna play the safer category. And here is our first bonus stage. I don't really care. We're just gonna leave. Goodbye. If you didn't gather, bonus stages don't really count. You can fall out of them and it'll just move on. I may have messed this up. No, I didn't. Nice. All right, that's the first big skip in the run on floor 6 in beginner. Okay, what else is important? Pause strats are gonna come up pretty soon. Actually, there should be one on floor 8, except I don't remember it because it's been a while, so I don't think I'm gonna do it. I'll still explain them. They will come up at some point. Basically, this game is deterministic. You've heard that a lot this marathon. That is, if I perform the same input on the exact same frame, I will always get the same result every time. And so what I can do is use the timer at the top of the screen, along with the notches in the GameCube controller, to do exact inputs. And that basically lets me be a task. I can do very basic task strats that way by just following a list of instructions with inputs at specific times. And I'll pause buffer to really specific frames. You're not going to see it in beginner, but you will see at least a little bit of it in advanced. This is our final level of beginner. And as soon as this is done, I will exit game. Exit game. I was thinking stage select. No, this isn't Monkey Ball 2 story mode. This isn't Monkey Ball 2 at all. And then on to advanced. Let me get chat up here, because for some reason I don't have it up. There we go. Okay. And you're going to notice in advanced that there are some stages that are very similar to stages we've seen in beginner, but just kind of obvious steps up, which I think is kind of neat. It's kind of like when an RPG shows up, it's kind of like when an enemy in an RPG shows up later as like a more powerful version. There I got kind of owned by collision. This is a great example of how collision in this game is not the most consistent thing in the world. There we go. Cool. So yes, I'm here proving to you that not only can I host the marble games, but I can also play them as well. I want to really quickly shout out all the other events on Hotfix as well. There's not just our special events every weekend. There's not just my show, Parallel Universe, which is every other Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern. There are a whole bunch of other shows as well. And I highly recommend you go to gdq.gg/hotfix and check them out. There's lots of cool stuff going on every week, almost every day. And you're missing out if you're not keeping up, quite honestly. Here is one of the most difficult movement skips of the run. Nailed it first try. I kind of can't believe I just hit that first try, I'm going to be honest with you. I was able to do like one practice attempt at that before starting this run. So that's cool. This stage isn't anything too special. While you're on gdq.gg/hotfix, I highly recommend you look for the link to submit a run and just submit your speedruns to Hotfix. You can choose the show you want to be on, or you can just submit it to any show, and it's a good time. The hosts are always friendly, willing to work with you. You can bring on your commentators. It's not like strictly a charity marathon setting or anything, so there's not the stress of having to raise as much money as possible. You're just here to showcase your game, showcase yourself, and have a good time. Oh, this will be fun. I haven't gotten to practice this at all. I'm gonna go for a clip up to the blue goal here. We are not taking that green goal because this is warpless, and that will skip stages. I almost got it. Let's try that again. I actually got a little bit too much height there and bounced off the party ball. That party ball will destroy you, by the way. Oh, okay. And see, that was, I clipped too early and lost too much speed. Doesn't matter that I lost to continue, because of the category that I'm playing, thankfully. Okay, I'll stop trying that. Let's just get past it. I completely forgot about the strat until just now, so it makes sense that I didn't quite get it, but you get the idea. If you remember, you know, the first couple runs I was talking about how we rarely go for edge clips in this game because they're just so finicky and difficult and kind of inconsistent, and that's a great example of why. Okay. Oh, by the way, if you hear me call a stage by a name, like this one is Jumpies, for example, I'm using the names that these stages were given in Super Monkey Ball Deluxe. Obviously, they don't have those names yet, but it's just a community thing that we all refer to them by those names. It just makes it a lot easier to understand which stage we're talking about. This is a really unique stage. Those are Jamba bars. They move with the way you tilt gravity. And that stage has some really awkward movement necessary to beat it as quickly as I just did. One of the most difficult strats to learn in the game, actually, because it's just so unintuitive. This stage is a bit difficult, especially for people newer to the game. You're really fighting gravity, especially on those last couple turns. You're in conveyors. This is where the game... Whoa, that was close. This is where the game introduces conveyors. They don't really make too much of an impact in this game. They show up a bit more in Monkey Ball 2. Here is Exam B. The last stage of Beginner was Exam A, and this is sort of an upgraded version, except we don't have to do this last wire, so that's cool. And here is Tracer. This has 2 warp goals on it that are actually quite easy to get to, but like I mentioned, I am not allowed to take those. So we are going to get the blue goal by doing somewhat unique strat. And here is Jump Double. If you remember, 9th stage of Beginner, Jump Single. This is that, but there are 2 of them, which somehow makes the stage faster, actually, just due to the way they're laid out. And here's the most difficult bonus stage to escape. I actually need to switch from upright to up at a really specific point. There we go. You just bounce over the wall and get out. All right, on to floor 21. I'm going to do a, frankly, just absolutely absurd, ridiculous, stupid pause strat. Okay, I missed one of the frames. I'll give myself a few shots at this. So we want 71, 26. Looking for 26 again. 76. 66, and then 53 flat. Got it. Whew. All right, second try. I'm a little bit surprised. I'll take it. That saves maybe less time than you would think because you spend so much time paused, but it is still significant, especially in a game like this that has become so heavily optimized over the years. Any time save is very important. Let's see, what's going on? Ooh, the next stage. The next stage is really important. There's a warp goal, a green goal on this next stage that's kind of right in front of us, and that's actually easier to get to, I think, than the blue goal. But remember, this is warpless. I'm not allowed to take that green goal, and so I'm gonna do basically an IL strat here. Bounce there, into the goal. I cannot believe I just hit that. That's awesome. I don't even really know how to properly describe that level. That requires such specific collision that being able to hit that in an RTA setting, very few runners can do that in an RTA setting, I'll put it that way. And we are starting to wrap up Advanced. Just a handful more stages to go, and they're all pretty quick. If you remember the Monkey Ball 2 run from earlier, those stages were a lot grander in scope, and these are pretty quick, pretty short. I slowed down a little bit too early there, and that's going to continue, so we're forced to wait. Not that big of a deal. My estimate here is quite lenient because I didn't know how well it was going to play, but I think we're making pretty good time right now. Actually, I maybe shouldn't have gone for that cycle skip, but I still made it somehow. Alright, last stage of advanced coming up. My web browser wants me to update it, and I really don't want to do that, and so I wish that notification would go away. I need to exit game here. Alright. And then on to expert. Okay. So expert, if you've played this game, there are some stages in here that you might remember. Not fondly, really at all. These first couple, this one's kind of hard. It's not anything like super ridiculous. This one's okay. There's another whirlpool here. Ooh, I forgot about the strat, actually. There's a really cool strat we get to do here. Let's see if I can hit it. Not quite. You kind of get the idea. I was able to back it up at least. Completely forgot about that strat. I would have practiced it had I remembered. Or at least tried to. If I had time. They put a wall here to try and stop me from doing this, but they didn't extend it out enough. Another bonus stage. The bonus stages repeat, obviously, if you hadn't noticed. And then going for a pause strat right here. I believe those are the frames. Yes, they are. Nice. And here is probably the most difficult stage in the entire run. I don't remember the pause strats for this, so I'm not going to do them, so you're just going to get to see the pure movement on this absolutely infamous stage, Exam C. The stage gatekeeps the rest of Expert for most players, and it's largely because of this wire here. That was sketchy, but I got it. Alright. None of this stage is easy. But that wire especially is very difficult. Your skeleton, which is kind of hard, but is really just a piece of cake compared to Exam C. And then here's another really kind of awkward skip. Difficult one to get consistently because it's just worked. I really didn't think that was going to work. Again, collision's weird in this game, so trying to get that one is a bit awkward. Sometimes you just get a bad bounce and there's not much you can do about it. It is possible to be at least relatively consistent. So I'm glad that went well. Floor 11. Again, there's a pause strat here. I don't know. I don't think I fully remember it. I don't really even feel like doing it. I'd rather just play the video game right now, I think. Just show off my movement. Getting a 19 there is hard to do, but I'm cracked at the game, apparently. I'm like surprising myself. I did not expect to be playing this well. Something about me in this game feels like I never truly rest. It's nice. Get this clip into the goal. Awesome. Floor 12 is another stage I really love doing the movement on. It's just so satisfying. Here's floor 13. Looks very much like Advanced 23. This is Destruction. That one's name is Collapse. Ooh. The strat's a little bit different, and I just barely whiffed it, although I should probably do the faster version anyway. Yeah, see, that makes sense. I should have just done the faster version. This is another pretty movement-focused stage. Very precise, especially toward the ending here. Gonna avoid these bumpers. Awesome. And that is what I would consider the gauntlet. Pretty much everything from Expert 7 through 14 is the gauntlet, as I say, because it's all just really precise stages. Lots of wires, lots of precise movement. And it all went pretty well, so I'm very pleased. Do I remember these pause frames? I do have the pause strat sheet open. I think it's, yeah, okay. 85, hold forward, do that. Close enough, you get the idea. Would have liked to bounce directly into the goal, but that is good enough. I do like showing that off, that pause strat, it's really neat. The bumper hits you into the wall, and then you can sort of control it to get into the goal at the end. Another pause strat coming up on... Oh no, actually we can do this one pauseless. I was thinking of Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, where doing that is more precise, and so often I use a pause strat for consistency. Not necessary, it's a bit more lenient in this game, so we don't necessarily need to pause it. And there is floor 20 again. Moving on to Expert 21. This one's another kind of precise stage. If you're not prepared for it, like I wasn't, then it can be a bit of an issue. There we go. And here is Sega logo. Remember what I said about collision being weird? This stage is pretty much the poster child for that, except it didn't happen to me. I was pretty much prepared for whatever. I was prepared for that stage to throw me a bunch of different ways, and I got like the most consistent outcome, so that's good. That's what I try to plan for whenever I play that stage. It's what I try to make happen. I move in such a way that usually things go well, but just with how the floor on that stage is spaced out, you can really get some odd clips. Here's floor 24. There's not much to say about this one. You just do the movement. So I want to thank everyone who's tuning in, actually. Thank you for enjoying my full weekend of marble rollers. As you can see, I like playing them quite a bit, and so I like watching them as well. There's just something fascinating and I think underrated about marble roller speedruns. And you know, people are familiar with your monkey balls, and maybe to a lesser extent your marble blasts, and then there are some other games and some mods too that a lot of people have really never seen before, and so I'm excited to showcase not just the monkey ball community, not just the marble blast community, but as many aspects of marble rollers as I can. I don't remember the pause frames here, so I'm not gonna do that. I think 27, yeah, 27 is where I do need to pause though. Because otherwise the collision here is just too inconsistent to do quickly. Ooh, wow, okay, that was a very strange goal entry, but sure. Okay. This is Spiral Hard. Remember that Spiral level in Advanced? That's pretty much the same strat. Alright, here's conveyor parts. This actually might be the poster child for inconsistent collision now that I think about it more, because it is possible that I don't get any collision. Yep, just like that. I need collision at the end of that conveyor, and I can just not get it sometimes, and then I just fall off the stage. And there's nothing I can do about it. Well, okay. I could do a pause strat, that's what it's supposed to look like. I could do a pause strat to guarantee it, but that would lose me about 2 seconds. So, I also don't think I remember the frames right now. So, you know, I'll just throw myself at it, it's fine. I've lost many, many runs to that strat, just because I don't want to spend the 2 seconds doing the pause strat. Might not sound like a lot of time, but 2 seconds is a ton of time to sacrifice in this game, at least at a top level. And then here is maybe the second hardest stage in the run. There's not too much going on for the first bit, but the ending of this is the thinnest mandatory wire in the game. Nailed it, first try. Alright, cool. And I don't want to say the rest of this is smooth sailing, but there aren't. See, this is why I don't open my mouth. There aren't any stages that are as difficult as floor 7 or floor 32. Not that they can't be issues, as you've seen. They can absolutely still cause problems. Oh, and when I said thinnest mandatory wire in the game, I meant up to that point. I think there are a couple thinner ones in Master. Perhaps I should have said in the run, actually. Alright, another really cool pause strat coming up here, similar to the one you saw in Advanced. 65, I got 63. So I could just play it out from here, but I definitely have the time to just fall off and try this again, and it's cool to show off, so I'm gonna do that. That should be good. Awesome. That one's very fun. That one saves a bit more time than the one in Advanced 2, I believe. Actually, I might be wrong. I might have that backwards. Cheeky little strat there on 437. Okay. I guess I'll take a moment and just shout out the community, especially for Monkey Ball 1. Monkey Ball 1 has a much smaller community than Super Monkey Ball 2. And this game, I think, because a lot of these stages are smaller in scale, we don't have as many strat developments as Monkey Ball 2 does. But that might actually be a good thing in some ways, because I think it makes this game easier to get into. Yes, there are still like collision inconsistencies and things, but you don't have to deal with like wall boosting like you do in Monkey Ball 2. And there's some weird stuff that's present in Monkey Ball 2 that you just simply don't have to deal with in this game. This is one of the newest pause strats discovered, by the way. This will let me skip some cycles on these moving platforms. It actually saves quite a bit of time. Oh, here's one I haven't done in a while. Let's see. The pause sheet says 70 to 05. Yeah. Alright. I was wondering, like, is there an adjustment I have to remember or something? And not really, I guess. So that's cool. Sometimes after doing a pause strat, there will be an adjustment you have to do to actually get into the goal of it. That one was just a very simple one. I was a little bit worried that I didn't need to be. I have to hold up left here on this ending to floor 45, otherwise I won't make it to the goal. It's silly. If you're struggling on that, try holding up left on the second bit. It helps out. Alright, need to not accidentally go into the green goal here. But yeah, if you want to run this game, highly recommend. It's a lot of fun. I think in some ways it's easier than Monkey Ball 2. And if Master or the extras or whatever are, if they seem, I'm gonna get stuck here, aren't I? Okay. Yeah, if extras or Master or whatever seem intimidating to you, you can just play the category that I'm playing. You don't have to worry about like losing too many lives to get to Master or Extra or anything that way. Beginner especially is a super approachable category if you just want to dip your toes into Monkey Ball speedrunning. And I would be more than happy to tell you everything I know. Oh yeah, I'm playing as Baby, partially just because I'm used to it, but also because Baby has the smallest character model, and so it's easiest to see around him. That's it, there are no stat differences. Time's coming up when I reach the goal here on 450, by the way. I'll try the pause strat here. I don't know if I'm going to entirely remember the adjustment, but I will give it a shot. Time. I did remember the adjustment. That's cool. Okay, well that was kind of ridiculous. That went a lot better than I was expecting it to. Wow, that was a 23. Okay, that's pretty good. Hopefully I killed enough time for us. No, I'm actually grateful that I got to show this off. I didn't initially schedule myself because I was like, oh, I don't need to run anything, but I am actually, it's I don't know, something about this game I really love running in, so it is nice to be able to show it. It's also, I guess, nice to have backup content in case everyone goes underestimate and we end up like 30 minutes ahead. But hey, that just speaks to the level of skill that you're seeing today and also tomorrow in this Marble Marathon. Lots of people who are just really good at these video games. And I like being able to draw attention to that. I like showing that off for a wider audience because these games are really cool and you tend not to see them too terribly often. If you enjoyed the run, you can catch me on Twitch and YouTube at helix13_. I'm also helix.midwestspeedfest.com on Blue Sky. But the best thing you can do, the thing that would make me the happiest, is if you stuck around for the last run today, which is Great Marble Adventure, and then came back tomorrow for all the wonderful runs tomorrow too, including a lot more Monkey Ball, and some more Marble Blast, and Gravosphere, and the 2 Marble Madness games. There's a lot more fun stuff to come this weekend. We are going to go get set up for Great Marble Adventure. That was fun. Thanks for watching, and we'll be right back very soon. Welcome back once again to Marble Marathon on GDQ Hotfix. I am Helix, as you may have just seen. And I'm excited. It's time to get into our last run of the day, but not our last marble run of the weekend. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. But this is Great Marble Adventure with Salt here to run it. Salt, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Felix. I'm introducing myself first. My name is NACL586, but you can call me Salt as previously stated. And in this time, I will be running my own game that I created based on Marble Blast and Marble It Up. It's called Great Marble Adventure. So I'll be doing any percent category, which means as fast as I can to reach the ending credits. So I only have to do 40 levels here instead of the whole 230 levels. So for first 5 chapters, I have to complete 6 levels to unlock the next chapter. And then I have to finish all levels on the last chapter to trigger the credits. And yeah, that's my plan. And with me, join me, we have the Artsters. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm Tier's Third. I'm also a Marble player, especially Marble Blast, which this game is inspired by. Thank you so much to NACL or Salt for having me on as commentary. This game is really unique and it's super cool that it's being featured here at GDQ. So thank you so much. Take it away.
Okay, I guess we can start. I'm gonna start the countdown in 3, 2... Wait, okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. This is Great Marble Adventure. It's similar to many of the runs we've seen today. Very much inspired by Marble Blast, where you start at the start and you get to the finish. In every level, there's power-ups, there's movement, there's all that good stuff. There's hazards. Like many other games we've seen, gems are a requirement. So if any level has gems in it, and this one's the introduction to it, you have to collect all of the gems before you can get to the finish. So that really opens up a lot of interesting routing possibilities and creativity in how you get through the levels quickly. The power-ups in this game are also very similar to Marble Blast. So here you have a super jump, which when you use it, gives you a big boost that goes up. There's also a super speed, which when you use it, it goes forward. And there's actually a mechanic in this game that's unique to this game where you can use it to go very high up as well in a different way than Marble Blast, but we'll get to see that later. This level also introduces some of the lesser used power-ups, but you still get to see them. There's the super bounce, but funny enough, you don't even use the super bounce here or the shock absorber. You just sort of go around this big pillar and you're in the finish. That's as easy as that.
Ready. Set.
One thing that's important for ILs are these time modifiers, which when you get them, it pauses the in-game time. But unfortunately, it does not pause the real-world timer. Technology has not advanced that far yet, so we can just totally ignore them during an RTA run.
Ready. Set.
Yeah, this level also has the Mega Marble, which is fans of Marble Blast Ultra will recognize this one. So it's cool to see it utilized in this game as well. And you can get these gems without falling in the hole. And jump to the finish. Very nice. So that was enough levels to beat the first chapter. Like Salt mentioned, you don't need to beat every level in a chapter to be able to progress to the next chapter. You only need to beat 6 out of the 10. So once you have enough, you can move on to the next level. I should point out, you might notice that Salt seems to be having her camera at a 45-degree diagonal much of the time. What's up with that? This game, like Marble Blast, has a mechanic called diagonal movement, which basically the input doesn't get normalized, meaning if you put a diagonal angle, you can go at a much faster speed than if you just go normal because you're combining 2 input directions at once. So that's something that you'll get to see a lot here.
Ready.
My stream froze a little bit. I'm watching it with a little bit of a delay, but hopefully that doesn't impact commentary too much here. One thing that's really interesting about this game's physics that wall hits compared to Marble Blast are very powerful. you can pretty much hit a wall and it'll send you up really high compared to Marble Blast. And so that was used in that previous level to scale walls. We're going to get to see that used plenty more times here throughout the whole run. But yeah, basically anytime she hits the wall, she's going to go really high up. And that's honestly really satisfying and makes running this game a lot of fun. So this level introduces the gravity modifier, which when you get it, it changes the direction of gravity. Compared to Marble Blast and Marble It Up, the implementation's a little different, where it actually changes the gravity of the level. So the momentum of the marble might feel a little different if you're used to those games, but still works pretty much the same.
Time travel.
Get these last gems here and finish up the level.
Ready, set, go.
So one thing that's cool about this game is every level has 3 variants. So you can see in the top corner, it says the word easy. Every level has both an easy, normal, and hard variant. And so there's lots of, a lot of these straight paths in the easy levels become wavy or curvy paths with more obstacles in the hard levels. So for the any percent run, all you need to do is easy, but there's a lot more. There's a lot more game in this game. And you can see this is the kind of level where you can completely do a completely unintended route because of how the gems are placed. So that's one thing that makes the gem routing very, very cool in this game. And we'll see a really nice, really satisfying loop here. Ideally, you can make it all the way up to the top there, which is really cool, but there's a nice gravity modifier right there, so no problem.
Ready, set, go.
On to this next level. So if you're a fan of Marble Blast Platinum, this world might seem pretty familiar to you with its aesthetic. And actually, this whole game sort of draws a lot from Marble Blast Platinum in that it's got a lot of long linear levels with lots of gems in it. And it's also very difficult. So it's actually really impressive to play this game at all in an RTA setting because some of these levels are just really hard. But
checkpoint.
Yeah, Marble Blast Platinum itself being a fan mod of Marble Blast Gold. That's one of probably the first, well, he's one of the first big ones. So this game definitely draws from that. At the end of each level, you'll notice it say perfect, and that's this game's sort of challenge time, where this game has a big focus on beating levels without dying at all. If you can beat a level without dying, it'll give you a perfect rank. And if you beat a level without dying and you do it fast, you can get either a gold or a red perfect rank, and the red being the best. And so very impressive to be able to get those. You can see right there, red perfect is what you want to get. Now, there's some other friction surfaces that I haven't mentioned yet. There's several different bouncy surfaces that when you go on them, it makes you bounce up. So you can see right there, there's a green one just there. There's ice, which is slippery, as you expect ice to be. But this game has a very unique one called the super friction, which is basically very high friction. When you use it, you can roll up incredibly steep slopes. When you're on it, you can roll incredibly quickly. Oh, nice skip there to skip using a teleporter. Skipping across the level. But yeah, there's a bunch of different friction surfaces. Some of them inspired by Marble games, and some of them completely unique to this game. Like these blue bouncy surfaces. There's multiple different levels of bouncy surface that bounce you up to different heights.
Time travel.
A couple levels ago, we finished the first world as well. We're on the second world now. We're actually halfway through it already in terms of levels. And very satisfying bounce right to the end. I really love.
Time travel.
Once again, we can ignore these time travels. They're very important for ILs, and this game does have a competitive IL leaderboard.
Which that's something we haven't really mentioned too much during this whole event today is ILs. A lot of these marble games have robust and active IL communities as well. Monkey Ball is no exception. I'm sure Marble Blast, Marble It Up is no exception.
No, they're definitely not. There's ILs all. That's what I think is really cool about, basically any game that's focused on speedrunning. How ILs and RTA are very different beasts in a sense. Where ILs, you just need to be able to pull off this crazy trick once, versus RTA, where it's what can you do consistently, and they're very much their own beast. This level is also very cool. It's a really big castle level, and you have to go multiple different ways, and once you go each way, it unlocks the path to go at the end. We'll get to see some skips there. So completely skipping the need to go get that super bounce, and instead just using a little bouncy surface to get the bounce needed. Jumping all the way down to the bottom to get another gem. Using this super jump that you're supposed to use at the beginning to get all the way to this later part in the level. To get really creative routing, and that's what I love here. And that opens up this extra path, which wasn't there, I think. And now we can ride this elevator up to the end of this level.
Ready, set, go!
And for people who maybe don't know some of the terminology, IL means individual level, so just like getting the fastest possible time on just one level. Whereas RTA stands for real-time attack and is more focused on completing a whole set of levels consistently. So like the category I ran right before this was 90 levels in Super Monkey Ball, for example.
Yep, that's good. That's a good clarification. Not everybody knows.
Yeah, we've been using that terminology a lot, and I realized no one has really explained it yet today.
Yeah. So a lot of this game does have a lot of moving platforms and platforms on cycles, and so I'll get to see that. Okay, so there's a respawn there. Now you notice it said plus 10 seconds. So like I mentioned, this game has a big focus on doing things perfectly without dying. So if you have to respawn at a checkpoint, it does give you a little penalty of 10 seconds, as well as not letting you get a perfect rank. But again, for RTA, luckily, we haven't yet figured out how to, skip 10 seconds on the clock. So actually, the plus 10 seconds does not add plus 10 seconds to the real life. So if we need to respawn, no problem. It doesn't matter so much for RTA runs. Obviously, it's faster not to, but I think there actually are a couple spots where there's intentional respawns, which we'll get to see later.
Notably, we have not invented time travel yet.
That's so no fair. One of these days we'll figure that out, but until then
we'll really save time in our speedruns.
Oh yeah. That's the end of World 2. We're in World 3 now, and yeah, I really like the different aesthetics in this world. So this one's kind of like a naturey forest aesthetic. So we'll see many levels with that aesthetic. I should say Salt, like I mentioned, made all these levels. She made this game pretty much by herself with some help, and I think some of the later bonus levels are also community created levels, but none of the ones that we're going to see in this run. And she got her start as making levels in Marble Blast Gold, both creating levels for Marble Blast Gold and even making her own mod of level collections for Marble Blast. So honestly, it's really cool to see someone go from just making levels to actually making a full game and releasing it on Steam. Like, that's not easy. And it's really cool that she pulled it off, and now we're seeing it on the GDQ screen. So wanted to give the shout out there.
That's something this community has in common with Super Monkey Ball, where there's a Super Monkey Ball level creator who went on to make a rollout, and that's now available on Steam.
Look at that.
So that's another similarity between these two communities, and
absolutely
that's something I specifically really love to see. You get to see how talented, how skilled these people are at not only playing the game, but also some of them at creating levels to play, creating new experiences within that game, and then they go on to have games of their own that are just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really cool. So this level has a bunch of hazards in them. I don't think I've really explained them all. A lot of them are self-explanatory. So there's the fan, that if you're in the way of the fan, it'll push you out of the way. There's a mine where when you hit it, it'll explode and then send you in, the wrong direction, and that's no good. There's bumpers where when you hit them, you bounce off them, and those are often, you can use those to your advantage. You might see that in this run. Another thing that I think is just really nice is since a lot of these levels have gems, the HUD points you towards them, which is really nice, but it can still be easy to miss a gem and not realize you've missed a gem and whatnot. So I like that this game, when you go into a little section, so you can see there's a sign with 2 gems on it, and then up at the top of the screen, you can see it's got, the 2 gem icons that it's getting filled up when you get the gem. So it's a nice little way to make sure that you've got all the right gems that you need to be able to progress in the section, because that's definitely something that can trip you up when you're playing levels you've never played before. Trying to think if there's things I haven't explained that I should have explained by this point. There's so much depth to these games. It's very easy to just forget to explain something really important and then realize you never explained it, and and then half the run has happened. But yeah, we're making good progress here.
Same thing happens to me.
So this surface, this little rainbow surface, again, if you're a Marble Blast Platinum fan, you'll know this surface. It's called the Random Force. And when you touch it, it basically completely sends your marble in a random direction. There's a very interesting quirk of the Torque engine, which is the engine that Marble Blast was made in, where if you set the friction to be negative, that happens. And then, in 2007, people are like, yo, let's put that in our levels. And so I think it's kind of cool and almost funny that it's also included here in Great Marble Adventure. But it's something you can do when you're using using game engine. And I should also mention this is not a Marble Blast mod. This is a new game from the ground up made in Unity, and so it's not nice to use an engine that is not 20 years old at this point. So this surface, this pink surface, when you're above that surface, it lowers your gravity. And that's something, I'm not quite able to need to respond there, but this is actually something that's borrowed from Platinum Quest. Platinum Quest, which we'll see later, it has physics mod triggers where when you enter the trigger, it does something. And so I think it's cool to be able to sort of have that same idea, but here it's actually the colors of the surfaces that indicate what the physics property is going to be. So it makes it a little bit more clear what's going on.
Time travel.
Oh, okay. She touched the random surface, but not quite enough to make a difference. That can send you totally off the rails if you're on it for a little too long. So that was nice that it worked out.
Ready. Set.
Oh yeah, and water as a surface. We all know from video games that if you land on water, you don't take any fall damage. Doesn't matter what game it is, that's just a thing. Water means no fall damage. How that's used here in Marble Blast and Great Marble Adventure and the Marble Blast mods is water basically acts like the shock absorber power-up, which when you use that, it completely prevents your marble from bouncing. So you can fall on it from any height and you don't bounce at all. You'll just stick to the ground. Which can, be a nice thing that if there's a really long fall and you don't want there to be a big bounce, you can put water. So that's how that makes sense.
Check. Super jump. Super jump.
There's lots of hazards and lots of moving platforms in these levels. Like these trapdoors, this is another hazard that when you're on it, you will basically it'll kind of collapse on itself and stay down for a bit. So these wooden platforms, you can't spend much time on them, otherwise you'll fall off. So that's how the trapdoor works. But yeah. Another thing I should mention in this game, here's the thing I forgot to explain. Compared to Marble Blast, the air control you have in this game is crazy. It's like when you're in the air, you can very much just, move around much more easily than you can in Marble Blast and Marble It Up. And that honestly makes this game's movement a lot of fun. This game's movement is very unique compared to Marble Blast, even though on paper it seems like it's very much the same as what you might be used to. But once you actually play it, you realize it feels very different. And like I mentioned, with the addition of stuff like very high wall hits when you bounce on a wall, very tight air control, this game's movement is actually a lot of fun. So if you're a Marble Blast fan, I definitely recommend checking it out. And even if you're just, a watcher of the GDQ Marble Roller Marathon, you also might enjoy it. So, yeah, that's something that's unique about this game compared to many other Marble Rollers.
Well said. That's another reason I wanted to do this event, is because there are a lot of sometimes subtle differences between a lot of these games. They all have their own quirks. They're all unique in their own ways. And a lot of them are unique in ways that make for really cool and really interesting speedruns.
Absolutely. Coming up on the end of this level, and there we go. Red perfect. What you like to see. And that's the end of Chapter 3. Moving on to Chapter 4. And this one, the whole thing is themed around these castle levels. And so, which is, again, another aesthetic that I just think is really cool looking. And,
Super speed.
yeah, we'll get to see,
Super bounce.
really cool castle shenanigans and, going through the, I don't know why I'm blanking on the name of the, alternating blocks on the outside of a castle. I can't think of the name right now, but it's cool. And we'll get to see lots of levels like that.
Gyrocopter.
Really nice bounce there. Oh, yep, go ahead.
Well, actually, too bad that we only play 6 levels, because the best levels are actually in the 7th to the 10th level. The other 4 levels that we don't get to play, especially in this chapter. Because level 7 and 8 in this chapter is about Chinese or Asian theme. And for chapter stage 9 and 10 is about the skies.
Yeah, but
so
again,
we don't get to play
if
that.
you're looking at this and you're like, this looks cool.
Unfortunately.
I wanna see what the rest of the levels look like, then go play the game.
Yeah, we need 4 players for this game. We have a speedrun.com category here for first ending and second ending. The first ending is the any percent, and the second ending is to complete the last Naturus chapter level. It's the late game chapter actually. And only me and someone else that are there. So maybe after watching this, you get interested to play the game.
This is literally
for
the perfect
RTA
audience for that. So
who knows?
This is where you want to show that. All right, finishing up that level here.
Set. Go.
This is a cool level where you get to sort of use the slopes and to skip big sections. At least at the start there. But these big slopey sections, again, you can bounce on them very, bouncing on those slopes can get you like lots of height, especially if you go into them with high speed. So in these big slope sections, you can really just go.
Oh, I miss it.
Oh,
I miss a game.
All right, that was not,
just
not the worst gem to miss. That's easy
Still
to go
okay.
back and get it. We're good. Still got the yellow perfect.
Ready. Set. Go.
So another mechanic that this game has, this was inspired by Marble It Up Ultra, which we're going to be seeing tomorrow. We saw Marble It Up Classic today, but some of these power-ups, you can see they have sort of rectangular, highlights around them, and we call these gates, I think. At least I call them gates. Maybe that's not what they're called, but Basically, these gates make it so the hitboxes of these, gems, power-ups, whatever, are bigger and easier to collect. So that can make, especially for levels like this, where you can move really fast throughout these long hallways, it makes it a little more generous to be able to collect all of the gems and power-ups that you need. You don't need to be in the exact perfect spot to get them. It makes the hitbox a little bigger. So that's a very nice feature to include in this game.
Time travel.
Now here, she was supposed to use that super speed to go up the slope, but actually could use it afterwards, which made it a lot quicker to cross that section. So it's a cool, creative use where you don't need to use them right away. And here she's smuggling another one of these to get up and use it right on that slope. Very cool. Last gem, finishing up here.
Ready, set, go. Time travel. Time travel. Time travel.
Next level. I think based on what I'm hearing through the microphone, my thing is a little behind, so sorry if I'm commenting on things that are out of date here. But again, we get to see, this is the super friction. It might be a little bit, it looks kind of similar to ice in a sense, but once you get used to it, you can tell the difference. Again, you can use them to just climb on these really steep slopes. You can pretty much climb on really steep slopes as if they're almost totally flat. Which there's some cool levels, especially in the higher difficulties, if you turn it up from easy, where you're navigating on these really thin slopes that are the super friction. But okay, here we can do some cool shortcuts to not need to wait for all of these moving platforms to move back and forth. Very nice. She skipped a couple and almost did a really nice wall hit. You could see that while that one didn't quite work, that type of just wall hit where you just hit a wall and you're just up to the top, just doesn't work in any other game than this. Like, it's such a satisfying thing when you figure out where you can use it and really get those down. Looks fine.
Almost up one.
Looks fine.
It's okay.
Ready, set, go.
Actually, when the arts mentioned about the time travels being ignored, it's not completely true, because sometimes I still need to collect time travels on my path so I get a perfect rating, and my rating goes up. And if you want to play a level that has a higher rating than your rating, the game will warn you about the level might be too hard, and
yeah, that's true.
That's gonna
if there are time
take
travels,
around
ones that are
1 to 2 seconds to press the button, so
you don't need to.
it's just better to collect time travels.
Not actually.
Oh no, I missed a cycle.
It's going to take any extra time to get out of the way. And yeah, this game does have a rating system, which you can get like a global ranking on the leaderboard, which is actually really cool. And it's not based on all the levels you've ever completed. It's only based on the hardest levels you've completed. It's a pretty cool strategy that I haven't seen. I think it might have been taken from another game or borrowed from another game. I don't remember, but yeah, because that's one criticism I've seen of, for example, getting put on the leaderboard in Platinum Quest or on MarbleBlast.com is the rating doesn't necessarily tell you how good you are. It tells you how many levels you've done. So it's really cool to see another way of making a rating that's different than what we're used to. And yeah, it is nice that the game will also give you a warning when you try to play a level that's very hard compared to your rating. But if you're a speedrunner, it doesn't matter. You can just ignore that. Yeah. So this.
Set. Go.
Okay, we are on chapter 5 now, the final chapter, and I have to do all of the levels.
Very long. Yes.
And
so we'll get
yeah, this is not the halfway point of the game. So it's the last 2 levels in this chapter, spoiler alert, are very long.
Start creeping up, but yeah, just more gameplay we get to see. This chapter is also the chapter in which we see some of the most flashy skips. I don't think we've seen it yet about how the super speed can give you a very big vertical height boost. But again, we'll get to see several instances of that. Maybe even some loop exits. We'll see some cool stuff. So. Finishing up this level here.
Ready, set, go.
Oh, I miss the platform again. You have to be really fast to just reach the platform here before it's come up.
Yeah, the red perfect times are quite difficult, and I know some of them have
and probably this level is the hardest to get the red perfect
times. So a lot of them
I don't know.
Not forgiving at all.
I don't remember even who set the red perfect times.
But if you think you got it, then go for them all.
Super jump. Super jump.
Yeah, it's one we need to wait, unfortunately.
Yep, as long as you don't die.
And
as long as you don't
if you notice the dots near the timer, it indicates what challenge time you can get.
Ranks above.
But for that level,
perfect rank.
I only have the white dot, meaning that I am slower than the medal time. But I still get a perfect rank.
Yeah, definitely needing to wait for a cycle at the end here, but
if you lost your
All right, we're gonna really quick pause things and take a quick break just to address these tech issues. Thanks for dealing with us so far. We will be right back after we fix these.
Oh no!
Yeah, sorry.
I never.
All right, we're back. The marbles are getting a little antsy. Big shout outs to our tech crew. Big shout outs to all of you in chat for waiting so patiently. Let's get back into Great Marble Adventure.
Okay.
Salt, bring us back into it.
Good thing I remember.
All right, and hopefully my commentary will be more up to date now. Yeah, here we go. We are on, I believe, did it say level 7? Is that where we are? We were quite ahead here. Compared to what I was looking at, I think. But yeah, here we go. So here's another mechanic that was, if you've played Platinum Quest, especially some customs you might be used to. Basically, there's it's like an instant teleport mechanic where there's a rainbow colored, it looks like a wall, but when you go into it, it'll teleport you to somewhere else. And boom, really nice super speed, followed with a wall hit. And again, that wall hit, boom, it just gives you a bunch of extra air time, which is really cool. Okay, here we go, stage 5-4. That's, I was a bit confused there, but yeah. 5-4. We've seen, if you watched the Marble It Up run earlier, you might recognize these spinning, can't think of what they might be called, but obstacles that are also in use here. So like I mentioned, this game is made in Unity compared to Marble Blast, which is made in the Torque engine. And Platinum Quest was able to get spinning things to work, but that required a bunch of reverse engineering, and even still, it's a little bit janky. So it's nice, to just make it in an engine with a built-in physics engine where things can spin and it'll just work. So yeah, we get to see spinning things in Great Marble Adventure.
Checkpoint. Super speed. Time travel. Time travel. Time travel. Time travel.
Really nice super speed into this comically large spinning bumper, which is kind of funny, but it's
ready.
Gotta be on your toes with that one.
Go.
All right, on to 5-5.
Super jump.
Again, many different friction surfaces here, especially the ice. Ice is pretty difficult to navigate in most Marble games, and this game is no exception. Except that this game, you have the benefit of incredible air control. And typically in Marble games, that's what you want to do. Ooh, really nice loop exit there. So I should explain. A loop exit is pretty much what it sounds. If there's a loop-de-loop that you're going through, you can use a super speed or whatever to get through the loop, but then actually instead of riding out the entire loop and riding on the ceiling or whatever, which would turn you back around the other direction, you can exit the loop if you're very precise and actually just keep all of that completely vertical speed. Loop exits are one of the most satisfying and cool looking tricks in a Marble game, and so it's really cool that we get to see them here. We might get to see at least one more in the run, but yeah, so hopefully I was able to explain that not 10 years after the loop exit actually happened, but on to the next level. And again, I really like the unique vibes of a lot of these levels. These mushrooms, very much remind me of Mario Kart. Wii, I think, that had these.
Yeah, this is Mushroom Gorge. I know exactly what you're talking about, and that is Mario Kart Wii. You got it.
Look at that. And so
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. So it's really cool. This is cool. I've never seen a Marble Blast level that looks like this. Oh yeah, and here these stairs prevent you from needing to go onto the random force surface. And yeah, here are these, again, spinning things. Really cool seeing things that are spinny and work. These are really cool colors too. I really like how much just like changing the skybox and the lighting settings of a level can create a really unique feel. And like this level, I really like the sort of jungly aspect, vibe to it, especially with the trees and all that stuff.
Yeah, this is neat.
Very cool feel. Here's these pink surfaces again. These are the ones that give you low gravity, and so we can use that to navigate all the way up here.
That was a good point too. We haven't really talked about the aesthetic of these games too much, and we've seen a lot of very pleasing backgrounds between, the Marble It Up games, this Monkey Ball, what have you.
Marble Abduction, that Patti Hattu.
Exactly.
That one's like probably the most beautiful Marble game I've ever seen. Like, that one's crazy.
Yeah. Super Monkey Ball at launch, the custom level pack, looked incredible.
Oh yeah. So it's crazy that even within just one genre, Marble Rollers, there's still so much variety in both gameplay and aesthetics. All right, here's some more random force, which you get. Oh, I think might have just barely touched it. Oh, that's okay. A quick respawn in there. I think there was a checkpoint not too long ago, so it's not the worst in the world. Again, for RTA runs, we don't care that much about the ranks that we get, apart from using, making sure we get a rank high enough to skip some text boxes that, give you a little warning. But and that really doesn't matter that much.
Super balls.
All right, so here's a very, very intertwined level, and again, it very much is reminiscent of some of the, Marble Blast Platinum, final expert levels in that game, which are just really long and have tons of gems. like we mentioned, in this world, we're just going to see lots of levels like this. Again, really cool bounce there. The bounces in this game just give you tons of speed, and so you get to see that.
And trapdoor problem.
Yeah, quick respawn, not the worst in the world.
I hate the trapdoors, honestly.
Oh man.
Super speed.
Okay, got it.
Well, you have no one to blame but yourself. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, very nice. That's like also, that one's like almost a loop exit, except again, you're just taking a super speed, using it to ride up a curved surface, and then just using that vertical speed to just carry you somewhere else in the level. And very satisfying whenever you can pull off something like that. You know, it's these kind of like big intertwined levels where, you know, there is a linear path that you can take, but there's also tons of places where you can skip from the top to the bottom and then do something to get from the bottom to the top, and then, you know, navigate all over. It means you can just do tons of really cool routing stuff and save lots of time while looking really cool. So I love levels like this.
Checkpoint.
Getting pretty close to the end here. Got most of the gems, just gotta pick up the last couple more.
Time travel.
And get a really nice wall hit there.
Time travel. Time travel. Super speed.
Right. Last gem. And huge loop to the end.
And welcome to the most broken level.
Yep, 5A is another level that looks very similar to the previous one in that there's going to be tons of wild skips throughout it. There's been a couple different routes for this level, all of which are really cool. What was that? I have never seen that. That was an interesting super speed shenanigan, but again, we could totally skip some of those time travels. There's optional time travel bonuses, but boom, loop exit. Another really huge loop exit to get from the bottom to the top there. Using that super speed and keeping all the vertical speed to get it totally unintended. Followed by a wall hit with the super jump, a super speed. And that's what I was talking about earlier. You can pretty much turn a super speed into a super jump by just bouncing off a wall, which gives you lots of height, and then using a super speed, which makes you go in the direction that you're going. And so you can get tons and tons of height with the super speed in this game. In Marble Blast, it doesn't work quite the same. In order to, you know, get a lot of height up using a super speed, you have to specifically, you know, bounce off of a sloped surface. But here you can just do it with a wall, and it's really satisfying.
Super jump.
Got a little gravity section here. Flip to normal, and you got that super jump just in case you need it, but you don't need it here. And you can even skip a bunch.
And I do it again. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
I plan to use that again, the same trick, but I failed.
No. Unfortunate, but luckily there's a checkpoint not too far back. And again, we get to...
I failed again.
That's right, we get to see this, another cool... We'll just get to see it again. And again, that shows you the power of a super jump. The super jump doesn't just set your height to set your vertical speed to a fixed amount. It adds it to what you already have. So if you bounce on a big surface, you can then use a super jump to get a ton of height. And there we go, boom, that super speed off the wall, huge amount of height. Got the last gem, do it again. Boom, all the way to the finish. It's really satisfying. This level used to end with a loop exit, but honestly, that double super speed wall hit is like even cooler looking. And it's faster, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, lots of different routes that are in use there. And it makes for a really flashy finish. We're on to the last two levels. And like I mentioned, the gem counts are really climbing up. This one's got 30 gems in it, so there's quite a bit here. And like I mentioned earlier, it's really cool how much, you know, just changing up the skybox and the lighting can have a huge effect on a level. These last two levels are kind of like in these dark outer space, you know, but with like red outer space vibes. It's very cool looking. And it feels very ominous for the end of the game. Nice super speed strat there to skip needing to take a couple moving platforms or bouncy surfaces. Even just little things like that, you know, just to skip one or two surfaces adds up a lot if you just find that all throughout the run.
Super jump. Checkpoint.
Okay, coming up for next super speed trick.
Yeah, get ready.
Super speed.
Can I make it? Yeah.
Very nice with a nice bounce. That was clean. That was like the exact right amount of height. So again, that's something that's really cool, and you don't see anything like it in Marble Blast.
Checkpoint.
A nice super friction on these slamped. I tried to combine slanted and sloped. Close enough. Nice wall hit there to skip a bounce. And very cool looking. And this is a really nice one. Using that bouncy surface to sort of get over onto this, trapdoor section from the side, right on one of the gems too. The scary thing there is you're skipping a checkpoint, which, doesn't matter if you're perfect, but in RTA it never hurts to just grab an extra checkpoint, just to be safe.
Super jump.
Anything can happen, by the way.
Anything can happen.
That's why.
RTA run.
Checkpoint.
And by the way, there was inversion floor. So basically your movement is inverted. So I press backwards to go forward.
Yeah, that's a very unique mechanic right there. And it's got a cool looking texture, I gotta say. It's arrows, really nice.
Oh no, I missed the cycle.
Checkpoint.
Yeah. Cycles. Love them or hate them.
Cycles in my Marble Roller game.
It's
Always
more
a
likely than you think.
It really is.
Almost done with this level here. These 30 gems really went by pretty quick.
Checkpoint.
Yeah, just 3 more. And a really nice wow, that was a really nice jump from the bottom to the top there. Getting that checkpoint without falling off. And nice wall hits just to save a little bit of time. Final section with the super speeds. Last few gems. And into the finish. All right, final level in the game. And similar to the last one, this one's quite long. So buckle in. This is the last level, so time will end not upon entering the finish, but upon seeing the credits start up. That's also a reminder to myself to not yell time at the wrong spot like I did during the practice run. Oops. Yeah, time ends when we see the credits appear. So, yeah, a lot of the same stuff. This is like really, everything that we've seen in the game, put it in this level. There's a lot of different mechanics in it. And, these levels, like I mentioned, they have a big focus on, being perfect. Maybe not the level, but the game itself, the way the rating system focuses on is, making it all the way through the levels without having to respawn, right? And so combine that with these long endurance tests means these are quite challenging to get all the way through and get all of the red perfects. There are a couple people who have done it. I haven't myself yet, but it's quite a challenge, and the emphasis on not dying and not respawning is definitely interesting for the pretty unique to this game. But what am I talking about? This is an RTA run. We just need to get to the end. Really cool super speed there to skip a whole little section down below, and just make it all the way up to the top.
Oh no, I need another super speed, by the way, so just use this and keep the super speed.
Yeah, see.
It will be used later.
Yeah, you can use one super speed to just get the other super speed, and now we get to smuggle this
Time travel.
and use it later. Nice little shortcut there, jumping across the sort of decor block. But it's got a time travel there, so you're supposed to do it.
And now welcome the most boring section. You have to jump over 54 platforms. And what makes this interesting to me, instead of being bored, is that you can keep holding jump and see if you can reach the top without stopping.
Yeah, if you can jump through all of these with just one jump each, I mean, that's very impressive. So here, on this type of challenge, you're not limited by how quickly you can go horizontally. You're limited in how quickly you can jump. And so yeah, here, very nice jumping. It's always very satisfying when you can just hold jump and then jump from platform to platform to platform. And again, this game's increased air control to a lot of other Marvel games makes stuff like this very satisfying if you can pull it off, because it's maybe a bit easier than it looks. It's still not easy, but easier compared to some other games.
And here is pick a corner and pray you don't get kicked. Okay, good.
Oof. Clutch.
Okay, now it's
Get
time to
ready
use the
for
super
this.
speed. And
Boom.
I got it. Hey,
All the way in the air.
Oh wow, that's
Get the
entertaining.
gem. Up to the next platform. Looks very cool.
Very smooth.
we are almost done, guys.
Almost there.
We are almost done, guys.
29 out of 32. 30 out of 32.
And that's the last checkpoint.
We're in the home stretch. And I'm going to need you to call time because I'm a bit delayed. Last gem. Last gem.
And time.
Boom. GG.
G is super clean. That was awesome. Well done.
Yeah, well done. Great run. What was I guess the time. Actually, just looking at the GDQ screen, that was a sub 50. Or no, that was exactly 50 minutes.
50 flat.
Exactly 50. I know there was a bit of the tech delay, tech issue there, but like that's
really
good. That's like better than we did in practice, I think, and that's quite a good run. So very well done.
Yeah, with the mistakes that I did in some levels. Okay.
Yeah.
And guys, that's the end of the Great Marble Adventure Any Percent run. Yeah, which is the final run of the day, right?
Run up today, but don't forget, there's a lot more coming up.
Okay,
tomorrow.
I want to give some shout outs. So first of all, thank you for DRs for being the commentator, and thank you for Helix for accepting this run to GDQ, and also Ferry Ananda for coming up with the pets, and he is the other player that I mentioned previously, the only two players playing this game, and my parents for waking me early. I woke up at 1 a.m. by the way to just play this, and also for funding the game because I made this game. And for my colleague Jan2L for designing the poster of the event for my speedrun event, and for my speedrun event, and if you are interested to play this,
Thank you again. Just thank you so much for inviting me to commentate.
You can get it there.
Like I mentioned, this is such a unique game, and also it's just a cool showcase that a community member going on to make their own game.
But if you're interested to play the whole game, you can
it's just
buy it
cool.
also.
So thank you so much for having me on, and I'd also thank you to Helix and GDQ for running this event. I love Marble Rollers. I love seeing more Marble Rollers.
Any closing words from
on the big
DRs?
screen. So thank you guys so much.
Hey, thank you both. Yeah, that was awesome. Lots of just super clean gameplay. I mean, hey, you know, T-Hurst, you mentioned you like marble rollers. Well, you're in luck because there is a whole another day of games just like you saw today. Tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm just going to go through the schedule. Tomorrow's schedule is absolutely stacked with marble rollers. There's Monkey Ball Touch and Roll, which is the DS Monkey Ball, super underrated. Highly recommend checking that out. Whether you've seen it or not, honestly, it'll be a lot of fun. Followed by Marble It Up Ultra into Platinum Quest. T-Hurst will be running Platinum Quest, racing it actually against Starwide. And that is a mod of Marble Blast to Gold, I believe.
Yep.
And then there's Marble Madness, not just one Marble Madness, but Marble Madness 1 and 2. That is also a race. Gravosphere run by Goobs. Goobs is a phenomenal Super Monkey Ball runner. And I knew when I started making this schedule, I was like, I have to have Gravosphere, you know? So I'm super excited to see Goobs run that as well. And then there's Super Monkey Ball, Banana Mania, Co-op Bingo. Monkey Ball Bingo is a lot of fun. And then there is Super Monkey Ball, Banana Rumble, World Tour EX, and then Ultimate EX. So those are the most difficult levels in Super Monkey Ball, Banana Rumble, ran by Moo, who is one of the most skilled players in the game. So super stacked schedule tomorrow, again, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. I hope you tune in. I would love to see you there. If you missed any of the wonderful marble runs today, stay tuned. Don't go away because we will be replaying the whole thing. So that started with Marble It Up Classic, followed by Super Monkey Ball 2, and then Monkey Ball 2 Launch, and then into our silly block. So if you missed any of that and you want to see it, just stick around right here, twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. It's coming up, a replay right after this. But of course, you can also catch the VODs on youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick in a few days. Yeah, thank you all so much for being here, for watching my funny little marble roller marathon. Shout out to GDQ Hotfix for even letting me do this. It's always a blast. And I will see you all tomorrow right here at 1 p.m. Eastern Time for Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll and the rest of this marble marathon. I've been Helix. I'm going to go get some rest so I can do more hosting tomorrow. Bye, everyone.